The rain was falling heavily at midnight. Della woke up to close her windows that she had forgotten to close. While she was trying to close her window, she heard some interactions outside. "Let's just kill this man and leave before someone sees us," said a guy wearing a black hoodie. "Scorpion, don't stab this man. Remember our boss said we should kill him painfully. We've already drugged him, so let's tie his legs, hands and mouth and throw him inside this big drainage so that the erosion would carry him away," replied the other. Della was extremely shocked when she heard that. She wanted to scream from where she was upstairs, but she was too scared to scream. They brought the guy out of the vehicle, and she was watching them from her window as the rain kept falling heavily. They tied his hands, legs and mouth, and they threw him inside the big drainage and drove away. So Della, a compassionate and very emotional lady, sneaked out of the house while everybody was asleep to save the guy's life. When Della got to the place that they threw him, she brought out her torchlight and pointed at the drainage, but she couldn't find him. She tiptoed a bit forward. Still in search, she suddenly saw this handsome guy wearing an expensive African outfit inside the drainage, shivering. She quickly rushed inside the drainage to bring him out, but couldn't lift him because of his weight. She hastily ran back upstairs to her brother's room and persuaded him to come and help her, so he followed her. They struggled so hard to bring him out of the drainage. When they eventually did, they hurriedly took him to a nearby hospital very close to their house because he was extremely feeble and weak. When they got to the hospital, they met nurses and doctors who were on duty that midnight. "What happened to him?" the doctor asked. Della explained everything clearly to the doctor. The doctor conducted some tests on him. "Doctor, please, is he okay?" her brother asked with teary eyes. "Yes, he would be okay, but he would have passed away, assuming you people didn't bring him here on time," the doctor replied. "Please, Ivan, go back to the house in case Mum and Dad wake up and start searching for us, so you can explain to them the incident we just encountered," Della said. "Sister Della, I am going nowhere this night. I will stay here till day dawn. I can't leave you here all alone," Ivan said. Please, I beg you in the name of God, go back to the house before our parents start looking for us," Della begged. "Della, I feel so terrified. I can't go home now, it's very late. What would you tell our parents if I got kidnapped or attacked on my way home?" Ivan asked. "You're right, but I'm afraid our parents might look for us, and we did not come out with our phones or any means of communication," Della said. "Sister, I understand, but don't worry. When we get home, we will explain to them," Ivan said. Around 6 a.m., their parents began to look for them, but they were still at the hospital with the straying man. "Honey, did you see Ivan and Della this morning?" Mrs. Steve asked. "Not at all, I haven't set my eyes on them this morning. Have you called Bob to find out whether they went to visit him this morning?" Mr. Steve asked. "I have called him, what did he say?" Mr. Steve asked. "He said he hadn't seen them this morning." "My God, where could Ivan and Della have gone to this morning?" Mr. Steve murmured. A moment later, "Scorpion, how was last night's job?" Dan asked. "Boss, the job was successful, your brother is dead." "Where did you guys keep his body?" Dan asked. "Boss, nothing to fear. We gave him a slow, painful death as you instructed," Scorpion replied. "Nice one, boys. I hope no one saw you guys." "Not at all, boss. No one saw us." "Good job. I am sending you boys additional 500k for a job well done. But where is my car?" he asked. "We're on our way to return your car, boss. Nice doing business with you, boss," Scorpion replied and ended the call. No one can take what rightfully belongs to me, Dan said. His parents, the king and the queen, barged into his room. Dan, whom were you talking to? They asked. My friend, he replied. Who is trying to take what rightfully belongs to you? The king asked suspiciously. Nobody, Dad. I was just having fun with my friend on the phone. Your Majesty, this was not why we came to his room, the Queen said. Dan, have you heard from Obi? We have been calling him since yesterday, but his numbers are not reachable, the King asked. Daddy, I haven't heard from him either. I called his numbers countless times, but they are not reachable, Dan responded. What could have happened to my son? He told us he would land at the airport yesterday evening, the Queen murmured. Mummy, I don't know what's going on with my brother. I waited for him at the airport yesterday evening for almost 6 hours, but up till now, he hasn't arrived. I'm very confused and sad right now, Dan said. I strongly believe that my son is okay wherever he is now, the King said. I am so worried, my king, said the Queen. Your Majesty, your Highness, my prince, breakfast is ready, said the maiden. Nothing to fear, my queen, let's go and have our breakfast, the King said. A few hours later, back at the hospital. Doctor, please, why is he talking and behaving abnormally? Della curiously asked. They gave this man a very dangerous substance, and that substance has damaged his brain completely. You people should quickly take him to a psychiatric hospital because this looks like a pure mental case. Della and Ivan took him to the mental hospital. When they got there, Ivan went home and explained everything to their parents, and their parents were extremely stunned. A few days to Della's wedding. Babe, what's going on? Why the sudden change? Della's fiancé, Bob, asked. Bob, I don't understand what you are talking about. How did I change, if I may ask? Della asked. Della, ever since you started taking care of that common madman, you no longer pick up my calls as usual. You scarcely give me your time and attention. Della, have you suddenly forgotten that our wedding is in a few weeks? Bob asked. Bob, it's not my fault, please, Della muttered. Then whose fault? Or is it my fault? Della, answer me now. Bob yelled at her with aggression. Bob, please stop yelling at me. I just told you it's not my fault. Bob, with the way things are going every day and this aggression of yours, I don't think that our marriage would work out because... Della, what did I just hear you say? Bob, I am so stressed at the moment. I am taking care of a complete stranger who the doctor says is mad, and he is stuck with me. Because there is nothing on him to trace where he is from. No phone, no ID, and instead of you soothing my tension, you are here screaming at me, Della exclaimed. Della, is that the stupid reason why you say our marriage can't work? Are you insane? Said Bob aggressively. Bob, I don't know where to start to make you understand. I am very confused right now. Oh God, why me? Della exclaimed. With a little calm in his voice. Please, my love, talk to me. What's the problem? Bob asked sadly. She sadly stared at Bob, and tears were gushing out from her eyes. Babe, why are you crying? Please tell me because you're hurting me. Bob, I am very sorry. I have completely lost my feelings for you. I don't have the slightest feeling for you any longer. I don't know if what I felt for you was true love or because of what you do for me and my family, said Della. How? Della, I don't understand what you are talking about. Can you repeat what you just said? Bob, please believe me. I don't think I have any feelings for you. I seem to be obsessed with this madman. The emotions I feel towards this madman are surprisingly uncontrollable and mysterious. I can't call it love, but I can't just control my feelings for him, Della exclaimed. Della, what are you saying? Have you suddenly gone mad? Have you forgotten that our wedding is in a few weeks Saturday? You're joking. Oh yes, you're joking. Bob, I swear with my life, I mean what I just told you. Ever since I saw that strange madman, my spirit and soul have not been the same as before. The deep feelings I have for him are just beyond my control. I sense there is a deep mystery behind this man. I have never been so emotionally attached to a person like this in my life, or maybe it's because I have a fragile heart. I can't just help myself out. I don't know what I will do at this point to get rid of my feelings for him, because these circumstances are beyond me. Della cried out heavily. Della, are you going insane or what? Why are you saying gibberish? So, this is how you want to pay me back for all the good things I have done for you and your family? I relocated you and your family from a village to this city and rented a well-furnished house for you and your family because of the love I have for you. Today you have the guts to open your mouth to tell me that you no longer have feelings for me, that you are in love with that stinky, strange madman that you know nothing about. Della, are you listening to yourself talk? Said Bob. Bob, I am deeply sorry to betray you this way. Please, it's not my fault. I tried my best to control my feelings for the madman, but the feelings are beyond my control. Della, if I hear you saying that feeling again, I will strangle you right now. Della, what's wrong with you? Our wedding is a few weeks away and you're telling me you're deeply in love with a madman whom you don't know anything about. Della, are you mad, eh? Do you know I can just kill you right now and nothing will happen? I feel like tearing you into pieces right now, says Bob with deep anger. Bob, leave my neck. What have I done to you that you want to kill me before my time? Della, you don't know what you have done, Abby. You must be very stupid for asking me that question. As Bob leaves her neck. Bob, please, I am very sorry to hurt you. I understand how you feel right now, and I also don't want to lose you. You've proven to me beyond a reasonable doubt that you truly care about me, and especially my family. So please, what do you want me to do at this juncture to let the sleeping dog lie and to make you happy? Because I am extremely confused right now, said Della. Della found it difficult to identify if Bob was truly in love with her or obsessed. She also was a little confused about what she felt for Bob. She doubted her love for Bob as he struggled with her inner voice, asking her if she truly loved Bob or she was compelled by the money Bob has spent on her and her family. Bob couldn't utter a word. He was just staring at Della with teary eyes. Remembering all the good things Bob has done for her and her family, and what her family stands to lose if she does not marry Bob, Della said, Bob, please talk to me. I am willing to do and sacrifice anything for your happiness. Bob, say something, please. Della, if you truly want me to be happy and peace to reign, you will have to kill the madman, said Bob sternly. Jesus Christ, Della screamed. Oh yes, you must kill him because he's our biggest problem right now. And the only solution is for you to terminate him out of our ways, Bob said. God forbid, I will never do that. It hasn't gotten to that extent. Why would you advise me to kill the innocent poor madman? Bob, are you this wicked? Della, see, I can't fold my arms and see a madman take you away from me. So you've to kill him before everything is out of control, Bob said. Bob, I am very sorry. I will never attempt to kill the innocent madman. I can't even kill an ordinary chicken, let alone kill a human being like me. God forbid, I will never do that. Della, it's crystal clear that you never love me. That's why you are doing all these things to me. I just regretted the very first day I met you," Bob lamented. "Bob, please stop this because you're hurting me. I was extremely in love with you, and that was why I was eager. We get married. I was desperate to be your wife and to spend the rest of my life with you. But everything suddenly changed when I met the strange madman. Bob, I am extremely sorry to break your heart and to severely hurt your feelings, but I think we were not destined to be together as husband and wife because life is full of mystery. Bob, please, let's not ruin our life and destiny because of what we feel is love." "Della, keep your useless apologies to yourself. Della, no man born of a woman would take you away from me, not when I am still alive. And let me tell you, if you don't kill that madman, I will kill you and kill myself too." Bob responded and walked away. "Bob, are you walking away from me like that? Please come back," as Della holds him by the hand. "Della, don't just touch me. I hate you. You're very wicked and heartless. Leave my hand and get out of my way. Betrayal," Bob yelled. "Oh God, what have I gotten myself into? I am finished. What will I do now? I need to talk to someone to be sure I am not going crazy. Let me go and meet Anita now." A moment later, the king's palace. "Your Majesty, it's been days since we've been waiting for the arrival of Obi, and just 2 days to his coronation, so where is our heir?" the Prime Minister Ono asked. "Oh no, Obi is nowhere to be found, but police officers are doing their job. I believe they will return to the palace with good news," the king replied. "They should better return to the palace with our heir because our people are seriously worried," the king's cabinet said. While they were conversing, Dan drove into the palace, sat on the ground, and began to scream fakely. It's finished, ooh. Who did my brother offend, ooh?" "Is that not Prince Dan's voice I am hearing?" the Prime Minister asked. They all rushed out to see what happened to Dan. My prince, my prince, my prince, what happened?" they asked. "My brother, ooh," Dan cried out fakely. "What happened to my son?" the Queen and King curiously asked. I, Dan stammered. "Please, my son, talk to us. What happened to our son, the prince?" the Queen pleaded. "I got a shocking call on my way returning to the palace that my brother Obi died in a car crash days ago," Dan responded. "What? My son, what?" "Please, my son, repeat what you just said because I didn't hear you," the Queen said. "Mother, Obi is dead. He died in the car crash." "Oh, no, I can't take this. The King moaned and slumped. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." "Guard!" Dan screamed. "Please, let's swiftly rush him to the hospital," the Prime Minister said. And while they were trying to put the king in the vehicle, the Queen, too, slumped because Obi was everything to them. They invested so much in Obi, unlike Dan. Obi was super intelligent, responsible, respectful, meek, very disciplined, influential, and highly respected, while Dan was very arrogant, proud, and irresponsible. So they rushed the two of them to a nearby hospital for urgent treatment, back to Della after arriving at Anita's home. "Anita, you're the only trusted and reliable friend I have in this life. I believe you are aware of the circumstances Bob and I are facing currently because of this strange madman," Della said. "Yes, I know. So what do you want me to do, or what are your plans?" Anita asked. "I need your help right now because I am in deep confusion. Bob told me to kill the madman, and I don't want to do that," Della murmured. "Della, what's wrong with you? Why are you always behaving childishly?" Anita asked. "Anita, I don't understand what you are talking about." "Della, you and I know how much Bob has invested in you and your family. He has proven to you numerous times that he truly loves you. So what's there for you to kill the madman?" "Anita, I know, but I can't just kill the poor madman. Della, what do you intend to do with the madman? Because I don't understand you at all, Anita asked. Anita, I don't know. That's the question I keep on asking myself every blessed day, but I think I am surprisingly madly emotional with this madman, and maybe I am having deep feelings for him too, Della muttered. Della, you're the funniest girl I have ever seen. Della, let me tell you, if you lose Bob because of your stupidity, I swear you will weep and regret for the rest of your life. The earlier you kill the madman, the better for you. And don't forget, your wedding is in a few weeks. Anita, I will think about it, thank you. Della, it's very easy to kill the madman. He's mad and worthless. He's like an obstacle to you. So just clear him out of your way to greatness before he ruins your destiny. When Della got home, she began to recall all the beautiful moments she and Bob had shared. And she also reminisced on all the amazing things Bob had done for her and her family. She eventually made up her mind to kill the madman. Thereafter, she went to Bob's house and told him that she was ready to kill the madman. Bob became extremely happy with her. Bob, I will kill the madman, Della said. My love, are you serious? Bob asked. Yes, I am pretty serious. I have made up my mind to kill him. So please enlighten me on what to do right now before I change my mind again. Della said, Thank you very much, baby. I am transferring you 10K right now to your OPay account. Use it and cook the madman's favorite food. I believe before you are done cooking, I will bring you a poisonous substance to put in the food and his drinking water before you give him, Bob said. Okay, but that would be in the evening, not this morning, so that when he eats it, he would sleep and never wake up, Della said. You're very smart. That's a wise plan, but I will make the substance available before then. Okay, are you still traveling to the city tomorrow? Della asked. Pretty sure, so what do you want me to buy for you? Anything of your choice, Bob. Don't worry, I will surprise you beyond your expectations when you terminate the madman. Bob, I am willing to sacrifice anything for our love. I believe when the madman dies, the weird feelings and love I have for him would surely die. I will never ruin our relationship because we've gone extremely far. Bob, I am off to my shop. Don't forget to bring the substance to my shop, Della said. Bob became extremely happy. He couldn't control himself because of overjoy and happiness. A few hours later, at the hospital, they discharged the Queen. Doctor, please, have you been able to figure out what's wrong with the King? Because it's been 5 days now since we brought him here, and you haven't told us what's wrong with him, the Prime Minister Ono asked. Sir, we've conducted several tests, but there is no iota of sickness in his system, so there is nothing medically wrong with him, the doctor responded. This is strange. My Queen, I think this is high time to take the King to India for a medical checkup, the Prime Minister suggested. Oh no, I agree with you, I thought of this lately. I will inform our Indian doctors in India that we're bringing the King to India anytime soon, the Queen said. Mum, my father is not going anywhere. If he wants to die, let him die. He's old enough to die, Dan replied arrogantly. Prince Dan, have you suddenly forgotten who your father is? Don't you know if the King dies in this state without knowing exactly what killed him, there will be big problems in this kingdom? The Prime Minister asked. Oh no, my father is old, so there is no need to waste money and resources on him, Dan responded. Dan, how dare you talk to your father in that manner? Are you mad? The Queen slaps his face. Mother, did you just slap me? Dan asked, rubbing his cheek. Dan, I will slap you again and again if you don't behave like the High Prince and heir that you are, the Queen said. Dan, will, nay, ver be my successor, the King muttered. "Oh, Your Majesty, you're awake?" The Queen and the Prime Minister asked. Dan squeezed his face and angrily left the hospital because all his prayers were for the king to die so that they would crown him as king. 5 hours later, Della came back from work with food items and the poisonous substance that she collected from Bob, and she began to prepare the food. After she finished, she packed the madman's food in a food flask and put the poison in the food and water. After she finished everything, she had her bath and dressed up. Thereafter, she carried the poisonous food to go and give the madman. When she got to their parlour, she got a video call from Bob, so she sat on the couch in the parlour to answer the call. "Good evening, babe. How far our plan? Did you give him the food?" Bob asked. "I am about to go to his place right now." "Did you put the poison very well?" "Yes, in fact, I put all the substance," Della replied. "My love, I am proud of you. When you come back, do not hesitate to call me, please." "I will not hesitate. I love you, Bob." "I love you more and more, baby," Bob replied and ended the call. After the call ended, Della began to reply to some of her WhatsApp messages. While she was typing, she dozed off and had a strange dream. In that dream, she saw the madman dressing like a very wealthy and famous king, and he was sitting on a golden throne. She was extremely stunned to see how kings, governors, senators, traditional rulers, and other top leaders honored the madman in the dream. She was standing outside the gate, and when she wanted to go inside, Bob held her tightly from behind and attempted to stop her from entering. "Leave me! Let me go inside!" Della screamed. "No, you don't belong here. Let's go home," Bob replied. "No, I can't go with you. Leave me. Let me go." While they were dragging in the dream, the gateman came out to close the gate, and when he wanted to shut the gate, Della bit Bob's hand painfully. Bob quickly left her, and she hastily rushed inside, and immediately after she entered the compound, she woke up. So it was all a dream. I don't think this madman is an ordinary person. There must be a deep mystery behind him. I will never give up on him. "Bob, you can never fool me," Della said. Thereafter, she threw away the poisonous food and packed good food in another food flask to go give the madman. When she got to where the madman was staying, she began to ask the madman questions, but the madman didn't even bother to answer her. He was just busy laughing and eating his food. A few moments later, Bob started calling Della to find out whether the madman ate the poisonous food, but Della kept on ignoring his calls. The next morning, Bob went to Della's shop. "Babe, what's going on? I have been calling your line since yesterday, but you kept on declining my calls. What is my offense?" Bob asked. "Honestly, I am fed up with you completely. I told you well and clearly that I am deeply in love with the madman, but you kept on persuading me to kill the innocent poor madman. If you could persuade me to kill the madman because I'm obsessed with, that means you would also kill me when you find someone better than me. Bob, I am very sorry to say this. I am no longer interested in marrying you, so here is your engagement ring. I know how much you have spent. I am just tired of everything," Della said. Bob became extremely angry. He disclosed everything to Della's family and his. Della's family became extremely angry with Della. The two families summoned Della and Bob to resolve their issues. At the end of the meeting, Della still stood by her decisions regardless of all the advice. Eventually, their wedding and everything was cancelled. After the meeting, Della's parents threw Della out of the house because the house was rented by Bob. Bob seized Della's shop. He collected the phone and all the things he bought for Della, and Della was very much okay with her decisions. After they threw her out of the house, she went to another town and rented a self-contained for her and took the madman along, and she decided to live under the same roof with the madman, because both of them understood each other very well. One night, she was very horny and needed someone badly to sleep with her to quench her feelings. So when the feelings were beyond her control, she decided to seduce and sleep with the madman unashamedly without protection. A few weeks later, when Della discovered she was pregnant for the madman, she confided in Anita as he was contemplating keeping it or removing the pregnancy. Anita called Bob on the phone to tell him Della was pregnant for the madman. When Bob heard that Della was pregnant for the madman, he became as mad as a bear with a sour head and took Della's clothes and picture to a deadly shrine to kill Della with the pregnancy. "Young man, what brought you to my shrine?" the native doctor asked. "Great One, this girl ruined my life and ran away, so I want you to kill her," Bob said. "Young man, drop the picture and the clothes here and call her name 3 times, the native doctor instructed. "Della, Della, Della," Bob called. "Stop. Young man, are you aware this girl is pregnant?" the native doctor asked. "Yes, I am fully aware. Great One. That's what brought me here," Bob replied. "Do you truly know the man who is responsible for the pregnancy?" "Yes, he's a poor, miserable madman," Bob responded. The native doctor stared at him, shook his head and laughed. "Young man, I cannot kill this girl because that child she carries in her womb is untouchable, and there is no power in existence that can harm that child," the native doctor said. "Great One, I don't understand what you're talking about, and besides, I didn't ask you to kill the child in her womb, but the girl." "Young man, there are mysteries behind the madman and his family that you don't know. So that unborn child is not just an ordinary child, and there is no amount of charm I will do that would kill this girl because of the child she carries," the native doctor said. "So Great One, what should I do at this point? Because I want to deal with this girl," Bob asked. "Young man, let me reveal deep mysteries to you. This girl you intended to kill was not destined to be your wife. The fact that you both were in love with each other doesn't guarantee that you both would end up together as husband and wife. So no matter what you do, she can never be your wife because she was assigned to marry that madman. And there is no amount of money or gold and silver that you would give her that would convince her to marry you. That girl is willing to sacrifice anything for that madman. And she has vowed to leave no stone unturned until she marries the madman because of the dreams and visions she had concerning the madman," the native doctor said. "This is getting out of hand, so Wise One, what should I do now? I am baffled right now," Bob asked. "Young man, let the girl and the madman be, because if you continue to attack them, you might lose your life or ruin your glorious future. Let me tell you, young man, do you know you're destined to be a king of a great kingdom?" the native doctor said. "King? How?" Bob asked. "Yes, a king. I see a crown on your head," said the native doctor. "But I am not from a royal family, so how is it possible that I will be a king?" Bob asked. "I agree with you that you're not from a royal family, but a royal family would come out from you. And the only and easiest way you can achieve this is by quickly giving up on this girl and the madman and making peace with them hastily because they are a roadmap to your glorious future and your greatness," the native doctor said. "Eyes of the gods. I am very confused. I don't understand at all, please. Can you explain to me in a way I will understand? Because I don't see how a poor madman can be a roadmap to my destiny," said Bob. "You would understand when the time comes, and you would recall everything I told you today. But if after everything I revealed to you today, you continue to still fashion an attack on this girl and the madman, you will regret everything I told you today, either in prison or in a grave. You may leave, the native doctor said. Bob left the shrine confusingly, and when he got to his town, he disclosed everything to his friends. They all laughed at him. "Guy, I hope you don't believe the falsehood that the native doctor told you," Felix said. "Felix, I believe the man, but I am confused," Bob replied. Bob, you're just too funny. How can you believe such a thing? The majority of all these native doctors are fake, and I believe you met one of them," Rex said. "So, what do you guys want me to do now?" Bob asked. "Guy, eliminate that girl. She can't betray you and cause you severe pains and heartbreak, then go scot-free. So, you've to kill her with that pregnancy. Do you understand the magnitude of insult? That the love of your life left you to get pregnant for a madman?" Rex said. "Rex, I can't do that anymore because of what the native doctor said," Bob replied. "Bob, forget about what the native doctor told you. He is fake. He doesn't see or know anything. As far as I am concerned, he is just using that shrine for business," Felix said. "Felix, you are very correct. Bob, how can someone tell you that you will be a king and you believe?" Rex asked, laughing. "Guy, is that one that baffles me till this point, because there is nothing like a king in my hometown. I don't believe that man." "I think I will try another spiritualist," Bob said. "But why can't you send some boys to kill Della instead of all this stress?" Rex asked. "Rex, that was my first plan, but the only problem I have is that I don't know where Della and the Madman are staying. Where they are staying is unknown to everybody," Bob said. "Bob, get ready. First thing tomorrow, I will take you to one of the mightiest goddesses in my grandmother's village," Felix said. "Felix, I have heard a whole lot about that goddess, and I heard she's very powerful," Rex said. "Yes, she's extremely powerful. She had lived in a river for over 1,000 years." "Felix, if you knew the goddess was that powerful, why didn't you take me to see her instead of that fake native doctor?" Bob asked. "Guy, it was because of the distance. So are you ready to go to the place tomorrow?" Felix asked. "I am fully ready," Bob responded. The next morning, they traveled to the village to see the mysterious goddess, and when they got there, Bob disclosed everything Della did to him to the goddess, and he eventually told the goddess to kill Della with the pregnancy. Thereafter, he dropped Della's clothes, picks and sacrificial items that Felix instructed him to buy. "Your request cannot easily be granted because this soul is pregnant, and that blood she carries is protected by very strong, mysterious ancestral powers. But there is a way out," the goddess said. "Queen Mother, what's the way out?" "I am willing to do anything," Bob asked. "Sacrifice must be made to destroy that mysterious ancestral powers before the girl can be killed," the goddess replied. "Queen Mother, what am I going to bring for the sacrifice?" Bob asked. So the goddess told him what he would bring. 3 days later, Bob went to the river with the sacrificial items, and after the goddess performed the sacrifices, she said, "Go. Your sacrifice has been accepted, and your request has been granted. That ancestral power has been destroyed. The girl would die tonight." Thereafter, the goddess disappeared. Bob and his friends traveled back to their town. A few moments after they left, the goddess tried to kill Della countless times in her marine kingdom, but she didn't succeed because the child in Della's womb averted all the charms she sent to kill Della, and she was extremely frustrated and angry. At midnight, Della and the madman were sleeping deeply. The goddess appeared in the bed that Della was sleeping and transformed herself into a very old, ugly ghost, and she began to press and massage Della's stomach to destroy the child in her womb so that she would have a chance to kill Della. While the goddess was massaging and pressing Della's stomach, suddenly, Della woke up.
Please tell me, are you enjoying the story? If so, tell me, what lessons have you actually learned? I would really love to hear your comments in the comment section down below. And remember, to support this channel, please subscribe, like the video, comment, just say something. Even a word could literally mean a whole lot. So I want you to tell me, what lessons have you learned from this story? Trust me, these are situations that most people actually gone through. I'm sure some of you that are watching this story have actually gone through this situation. So I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you dealt with the situation that you were faced with.
And please subscribe to our channel. Immediately after Della woke up, she saw the mysterious goddess in her bed. Jesus! Della screamed, and quickly the mysterious goddess turned into her normal face. When she wanted to blast Della with her powers, Della screamed her name. Eze Nwanyi, Queen Mother. Who sent you to come and destroy me? My great-grandmother told me that your duties were to protect the people from your kingdom and to destroy all the enemies of your kingdom. Why do you want to kill me? What have I done? Who are you? The goddess asked in an unusual voice. I am Della, daughter of Agada Kamama, granddaughter of Agoda Komomo, the popular palm wine tapper, and great-granddaughter of Agidi Kimimi, the great warrior who hails from your kingdom. Ezenwanyi, go back to whoever sent you to kill me. The goddess steadily stared at Della with her mysterious eyes. Suddenly she realized that Della was truly from her kingdom, and she couldn't harm Della and her unborn child because it was against the law of their land. So she disappeared. Immediately after she disappeared, the madman who was sleeping on the ground woke up and began to laugh, but Della stopped him and told him to go back to sleep, and he quickly went back and continued sleeping. Della couldn't sleep throughout the night because of what she encountered. She was extremely scared and shivered. Who could have sent Ezenwanyi to come and kill me? Or is it because of this madman that she came? She asked. But I don't think so. Oh, God, what's going on? After the goddess left Della's room, she appeared in Bob's room that night and walked around the room with lumps of smiles on her mysterious face. Bob was sleeping without knowing what was going on in his room, and after a while, she disappeared. The next morning, Della went to a hospital for a checkup because she was having severe pains in her stomach, and she was extremely scared because she thought the goddess had harmed her unborn child. When she got to the hospital, the doctor conducted tests and told her there was nothing wrong with her unborn child, that she was just having a normal stomachache. The doctor eventually prescribed some drugs for her to buy to stop the stomachache, and she got better after taking the drugs. A few days later, Bob and his friends went to a restaurant to enjoy themselves. While they were drinking and eating, a very beautiful strange girl named Loveline walked in and ordered food and drink for herself, and Bob was busy staring at her uncontrollably. "Bob! Bob! Bob!" Rex called. "Bob, are you okay?" Felix asked. Yes, I am okay," Bob replied. "Bob, you've been staring at that girl since she came here. I hope it's not what I'm thinking," Rex said. "Guys, that girl just grabbed my attention, like she just captured my heart completely. Guys, I'm coming, I want to go and meet that girl," Bob said as he left their table. The girl is damn cute," Felix said. "I swear, she is even more beautiful than Della, his late fiancé," Rex replied. When Bob got to the girl's table, he said, "Hi, pretty." "Good day, sir," Loveline greeted. "Good day, can I join you if you don't mind?" "Pretty sure. Please sit," she replied. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome. So what's your name?" she asked. "My name is Bob. What about you?" "I am Loveline." "Wow, what an angelic name." "Loveline, I must confess, You're as pretty as a speckled pup, and your cuteness is far beyond comparison. I have seen numerous girls, but I have never seen a girl as pretty and adorable as you are, Bob said. Oh, thank you, you're also very handsome. Thank you, Loveline. So are you living in this town? Not at all. I live in the capital, but I'm from this village. I just came here for a very significant project, she responded. Wow, that's amazing. So how long do you intend to stay here? Just a week. I believe by then I would have accomplished my mission, then head back to the capital, she replied. Thereafter, they exchanged contacts, and as they looked into their eyes, it was like love at first sight. 3 days later, Prince Dan summoned Ono, the Prime Minister, and the King's cabinets. I summoned you people here to discuss something very important with you, Dan said. My prince, go ahead and say whatever you want to say, please. We're all ears, Ono said. Thank you very much, my elders. It has been 2 months since Prince Obi died, and my father travelled to India for treatments, and the throne has been empty since he fell sick. So as an heir, I want you people here to crown me king. When my father comes back, I will step down for him, Prince Dan said. That's an abomination, my prince. It's against our customs and traditions. We would never crown you king when our king is still alive, they replied. I will give 5 of you 10 million, that's 2 to 2 million each, to crown me king, Dan said. Thank you, my prince, but we don't need your money, and you will never be crowned king until your father joins our ancestors. We beg to take our leave, Ono responded, and they all left the palace. A few days later, Bob invited Loveline to his house to spend a night with him because she intended to travel to the capital the next day. When she came that night, they made love without protection. That particular night, Bob had a terrible nightmare. In that dream, he paid Loveline's bride price, they did their traditional marriage, and on the wedding day, they joined them together as husband and wife. After they put each other's wedding rings, they decided to kiss each other. But while they were kissing, suddenly Loveline turned into that mysterious goddess's face. Bob screamed and woke up, and immediately after he woke up, he turned towards Loveline, who was awake and staring at him. Loveline said to him, "My husband, congratulations," and she disappeared. As soon as she disappeared, Bob ran away from the room to the gateman's room. "Ola! Ola!" Bob called with great fear. "Ogre, what is pursuing you?" the gateman asked. "Did you see her?" "See who, Ogre?" Ola asked. "That girl who came to visit me." "Ogre, I didn't see anybody, ooh." "Ola, go to my room and bring my phones and lock all the doors. I want to sleep in your room." "Ogre, what's happening?" Ola asked. "My friend, will you go and do what I ask you to do and stop asking me a stupid question?" Bob commanded. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, Bob ran to his friend's place and disclosed everything to them. "This is incredible, Bob. Your problem is stubbornness. I warned you to get rid of that girl, but you wouldn't listen," Rex said. "Guy, forget about what you're saying. Let's talk about how to tackle these issues before it gets out of hand," Felix replied. "So what should we do now?" Rex asked. "Bob, what do you intend to do now? Because this matter seems delicate," Felix asked. "I want to go and meet that native doctor to see if he would help me out because, as I'm speaking right now, I don't feel okay. I feel my life is in serious danger," Bob murmured. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. So when are you going?" Felix asked. "Today, bro," Bob screamed. A few hours later, Bob got to the shrine. "Young man, what is it this time?" the native doctor asked. "Eyes of the gods, help me. My life is in danger," Bob exclaimed. "Young man, what's your problem?" Bob disclosed everything to him. "Young man, Stretch your hands. Open your palms. Chai, said the native doctor as he shook his head. Young man, I warned, but you allowed your friends to mislead you. Eyes of the gods. What should I do at this juncture? Bob asked with teary eyes. Young man, there is absolutely nothing you can do or I can do for you, because you're already married to a very powerful ancient goddess. I am finished. I am finished. Eyes of the gods, please help me, Bob cried out. Young man, there is no way I can help you. The goddess is extremely powerful. I can't withstand her. But she won't harm or hurt you because she is in love with you. But if you dare marry another woman or sleep with another girl, it will be a big battle between you and her. Now leave my shrine. Bob sadly left the shrine. A few months later, Della gave birth to a boy named Fortune. If not for God, Della could have lost her life during the child delivery. She went through various complications before she gave birth to Fortune. She spent all the money she had to pay her hospital bills, drugs, and to buy the baby's items, and there was nobody who helped her. She struggled all alone, but God saw her through. That very day she gave birth to Fortune, there were mysterious signs in the palace. Varieties of birds came and flew around the palace. Rain fell only in the palace for 3 days non-stop, and many strange things happened in the palace. After the strange signs, the Queen, Ono, and the King's cabinets questioned Prince Dan. My prince, the palace has been experiencing unusual signs lately, and over the years, these signs only happen when a future king of this kingdom is born. So we summoned you here to ask you whether you got any girl pregnant without our knowing. Oh no, you know, I can't hide such good news from you people. I did not impregnate any girl, Prince Dan replied. Please, my son, tell us the truth. Did you mistakenly impregnate any girl that you have denied? Because what just happened in the palace happened the day I gave birth to your late brother Obi, and it can only happen when the future king of this kingdom is born. Tell us, did you impregnate any girl? The Queen asked. No, Mummy, he replied. These signs never lie, said the Queen. My Queen, if Prince Dan has assured that he has not impregnated any lady out there, it may not be wrong that the late Prince Obi may have gotten a woman pregnant before he died, one of the cabinets said. Can that be possible? Prince Obi died about a year ago, she replied. Let's quickly consult the chief priest to explain to us what's going on in this kingdom, Prime Minister Ono said. While they were conversing, the chief priest walked in. The future king is born, the chief priest said. Oh, Ezamuo is here. Eyes of the gods, explain to us what's happening in our kingdom, said the Queen. Long live my Queen. The future king of this kingdom is born, the chief priest responded. Ezamuo, where is he? Where can we find him? Because we're completely confused, the Queen asked anxiously. The gods have not yet revealed where the future king is, but he will surely come back home at the appointed time, the chief priest responded. When is the appointed time? Because we can't wait to see our future king. He would return at any time soon. I take my leave, said the chief priest. The Queen, the Prince, Ono, and the King's cabinets were extremely confused. One morning, Bob was brushing his mouth in a sink with a mirror in front of him. While brushing, suddenly Loveline appeared in a mysterious form on the mirror. Bob screamed, and as he was about to run away, Loveline said, Hey, stand there! You dare not run away from me because I am your wife. Bob stood still. He couldn't move any part of his body. I didn't come to harm you, but to inform you that I am pregnant for you. Bob, if you don't want to know the type of person I am, avoid sleeping with another girl, because any day you do that, I will torment you for 6 months non-stop. And don't forget I am seeing everything you do. Any day, any time, you need help, call on me, and I will answer you speedily. I love you." She disappeared. As soon as she disappeared, Bob ran away from the house like a madman. A few months later, life became extremely hard for Della. They scarcely ate once daily because she spent all the money she had during the child's delivery. So she decided to carry fortune on her back and start hawking water in the market. One day, her rent was due, and she didn't have money to renew the rent. She had been begging the landlord for an extension. One morning, the landlord came, threatened and humiliated her. "Madman's wife, I am giving you a week to pay all my money, else I will not hesitate to throw you out of my house. In fact, I will arrest you till you pay the months you owe already. I have been patient enough," the landlord said. As soon as the landlord left, the woman Della collected foodstuffs on credit came and harassed her badly. After the woman left, Della sat on the ground and began to cry heavily. And the madman, who was just steadily looking at her, got up from where he was sitting, removed a golden necklace from his pocket, and gave it to Della. Della was extremely surprised because she never knew the madman had such a thing on him. She was hesitant at first, but the madman insisted he puts the gold chain over her neck. So she gladly collected and put it on her neck, and that put a smile on her face, and comforted her too. So she got up from the ground, hugged the madman, and said thank you for the surprise. But the madman didn't even utter a word. Thereafter, she once again carried fortune on her back, locked the madman inside, and went out to hawk her water. 3 days later, Della was hawking water on the roadside with fortune on her back. One man who wanted to buy water called. "How many do you want, sir?" Della asked. The man was staring at the golden necklace she was wearing. "Please, sir, tell me how many you want instead of just staring," Della asked. "Young lady, hold on. Why are you hawking water under this hot sun?" he asked. "Please, sir, that's my source of income, and that's what I do to take care of my family," she replied. "I don't get it, young lady. How can you be wearing a necklace worth millions of naira and you're hawking water?" the man asked. "You mean this necklace?" she asked. "Yes, this is a millions of naira necklace." "Sir, I didn't know." "Where did you get it from?" he asked. "My husband gave me." "Your husband must have been a millionaire or billionaire. Madam, please sell this necklace and use the money to take care of yourself and your family. You can wear a fortune on your neck and be suffering." The man replied and drove away. On hearing what the man said, Della quickly went to the local gold market, and when she asked them how much the necklace cost, she was shocked when the Malams told her 2 million naira. She quietly left the shop and went to another shop, and when she got there, they looked at her from head to toe and priced the necklace 3 million naira. Noticing that the gold traders were sizing her up before telling her the price, she didn't sell it because she believed the necklace could be costlier than the amount they priced. So she came back home. She braided her hair. She bought the most expensive and most good-looking gown and shoes she had. She dressed expensively and hired a very clean taxi to take her back to the same gold market. When she got to the place, she behaved and acted like a billionaire's daughter. Everything about her changed. So when she asked the buyer how much he would buy the necklace, he said, 10 million, ma. 10 what? Do you know how much I bought this necklace? See if you are not interested in buying this necklace, let me know. I have other buyers waiting for me, Della said. Madam, how much do you want to sell? The shop owner asked. 25 million naira, she replied. Ah, madam, 25 million is too much, nah. Okay, I will pay 13 million naira. You're not ready to buy. Driver, please take me to another place, Della said. She went to 3 different places, and they all priced less than the first buyer, so she went back to the first buyer. Okay, bring 16. Let's deal, Della said. No, madam, the best I can do is 13.5 million, said the gold buyer. You know what? Bring 14.5 million, Della said. 14 is okay, madam. I'm going, bye-bye, have a nice day. Madam, come, let me give you 14.5 million. Driver, please, let's go. He's not ready to buy. Please, madam, come back, call your account number. 2 minutes later, the buyer transferred 15 million naira to Della's account. Thereafter, Della settled the taxi driver, cleared all her debts, and paid her house rent. Lastly, she bought all the items she needed at home, and also bought some clothes and shoes for the madman. When she got home, she asked the madman, "Who are you?" "Me?" the madman asked. "Yes, you. Who are you?" Della asked curiously. "Me?" the madman asked and laughed. "Oh God, what's happening to me like this? See, if you don't tell me who you are today, I will leave this house for you right now," Della said. The madman seriously stared at her and began to laugh again. Della was super confused. She didn't know what to do again, so she decided to go out to look for a shop to start up a business. After she opened her shop, she took the madman to several psychiatric hospitals to cure the madness. But no hospital was able to cure the madness. And she spent a lot of money, but it did not work out. So she focused on her business. One day, Ivan, Della's brother, finished his youth service and came back home. "Mummy, Daddy, have you people found out where my sister is?" Ivan asked. "Ivan, forget about that useless sister, whom I sent to school and ended up bringing shame and reproach to this family," Agada Kamama said. "Daddy, please don't blame my sister. It was because of the love and the uncontrollable feeling she had for the madman that made her choose the madman over Bob, and that shouldn't have made you people abandon her," Ivan said. "My son, I agree with you. I have been thinking and crying day and night because of my daughter. I regretted the day that I supported your father to throw her out of the house. I miss my only daughter so much," his mother murmured. "It's okay, Mummy. But do you know where she is right now?" Ivan asked. "Not at all. I heard she gave birth a few months ago, but no one knows where she is residing," she replied. "I will go to all her friends' houses to find out whether they know where Della is staying," Ivan replied. Thereafter, Ivan went to all of Della's friends' houses in search of Della, but none of them knew where Della was living. A week later, Bob was about to go to work, and while he was driving, Loveline appeared in the back seat. When Bob saw her, he wanted to run away from the car, but Loveline locked the car doors instantly. "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me," Bob begged. "Why are you always afraid of your wife? I told you that I will never hurt you because you are my lovely husband, and the earlier you accept me as your wife, the better it is for you," Loveline said. "What do you want from me?" Bob asked fearfully. "Nothing but your love. I have 2 surprises for you. Number 1 is that I have given birth to a boy in another world. Take this card, use it, and withdraw any amount of money you want, but never check the account balance. But any day you check the account balance or give the card to somebody else to withdraw money, there will be repercussions. Take it and use your birth year as the PIN." Bob was extremely scared to collect the card, but Loveline tossed it on his body and disappeared. Bob opened the doors and ran as far away from the car as he could. 2 hours later, Bob came back with Felix and Rex to carry his car. He fearfully opened the car, and the mysterious ATM card that Loveline gave him was still in the car. So he disclosed everything Loveline said about the ATM card to his friends. "Bob, what are we waiting for? Let's go and test this ATM card if it would work, Felix said. Thereafter, they went to an ATM and Bob used the mysterious ATM card to withdraw a huge amount of money that day, and they were very happy. Back to Ivan. After asking for Della's whereabouts from Della's friends to no avail, he remembered Anita. He then proceeded to Anita's home. Anita said she did not know her whereabouts but had her direct phone number, and she then gave Ivan the phone number. Ivan was very grateful. He leaves with so much gratitude. Later that evening, Ivan called Della on the phone. She was shocked to hear Ivan's voice. Ivan said he wanted to come to see her, that he had missed her so much. Della said she does not give out her house address, but gave him her shop address. A few hours later, Ivan arrived at Della's shop, and she took him to her apartment. Ivan was extremely amazed because of how Della took good care of the madman. Della told him about the golden necklace that the madman gave her. Sister, don't you think it's high time you should take him to a psychiatric hospital in another state? Ivan asked. Ivan, I am just tired. I have taken him to several psychiatric hospitals and spent a whole lot of money from the money I got from selling the necklace, yet no solution to his madness. Sister, I understand. Please don't give up. Just try and take him to a psychiatric hospital in another state, and I am willing to support you anywhere I can. Ivan, which state are you talking about? Adomo state, sister, Ivan replied. Okay, I will think about it, Della replied. Please, sister, think fast. You know I always want the best for you. Ivan, I know. So how was your youth service? It was amazing, sister. I thank God even. I want to rush to my shop before customers come and look for me. 3 days later, Ivan called his best friend, who was based in Adamo, whom he shared the situation of the madman's condition with. Hello, Ivan. Fred, what's up? Ivan, I have an update concerning your sister's fiancé's condition. You told me about 3 days ago, Fred said. Fred, what's the update, please? Ivan, there is a newly opened private hospital my parents told me about. They said 70% of the doctors in that hospital are specialists in brain treatment, and the hospital is top-notch. But it's an expensive hospital. I would love your sister to bring her fiancé, Madman, to the hospital, because I believe the hospital would cure him from the madness, Fred said. Fred, thank you very much. I will tell her as soon as she comes back from work. Okay, do not hesitate to tell me her response, Fred said. All right, talk to you later. A few hours later, Della came back from work, so Ivan disclosed everything his best friend told him to. Della, Ivan, I could have loved to take him to the hospital, but the problem is money, Della replied. Sister, I understand, but please, I will advise you should sell the land you told me you bought when you sold the necklace. She paused a little to think of the decision of selling the land. Okay, I will sell it, considering I even got the land from the golden necklace he gave me, Della replied. Please do, Ivan replied. The next morning, Felix advised Bob to carry the mysterious ATM card and relocate to the bigger city so that Loveline wouldn't appear to him due to a tale his mother told him when he was small, that such spirits do not cross the Niger River, which you must cross to get to the big city. And Bob foolishly agreed to relocate to the bigger city. A week later, Della got a buyer for the land. A few days after she sold the land, Ivan and Della took the madman to Adamo State, and it was that same day Bob traveled to the big city with his friends, Felix and Rex. When Della and Ivan got to Fred's father's house, his parents welcomed them very well and gave them their guest's room to stay. The following morning, Fred drove them to the private hospital, and the doctors quickly attended to the madman. One night, Bob was sleeping. The mysterious goddess appeared and tapped him slowly, and when he woke up, he wanted to scream. But the goddess seized his voice. "How dare you travel to the big city without informing me? Or did you think I would not locate you? I told you before that I see everything you're doing every day. I give you 1 week to return, else I will show you what I'm made of." She disappeared. 5 days later, they discharged the madman after 3 major brain surgeries, and the doctors assured Della that the madman would recover from the madness soon. But Della did not believe in what the doctors said. When they traveled to their residence, Della began to lament badly that she wasted the money because there was no improvement. As a matter of fact, he seemed to be deteriorating, as he was always sleeping excessively. "Please, sister, let's just be patient like the doctor said," Ivan said. "Ivan, leave me with all this advice. I'm tired of waiting. I can't wait any longer. I just wasted that money," she lamented. One early morning, Della was in the bathroom taking her bath, while Ivan, Fortune, and the madman were still asleep. Suddenly, she heard the madman asking, "Where am I? Who kidnapped me?" Della quickly toweled her body and rushed out to see what was happening. "Ivan, what's going on?" Della asked confusingly. "Sister, I am as confused as you are," Ivan replied. "Hey, woman, who are you? Who brought me here?" the madman asked. I... Della stammered confusingly. "Hey, Mr. Man and Woman, I need answers to my questions right now. Wait, did you people kidnap me and bring me to this pig's house? Don't you people know who I am and who my father is?" the madman asked. "We didn't kidnap you, sir. My sister and I were the ones who saved your life," Ivan responded. "Saved my life how? Who are you people?" the madman asked. "I am your wife. The guy with me here is my younger brother, and that baby on the bed is your son," Della replied. "I don't get it. Can you repeat what you just said?" the madman asked. "I said I am your wife. The guy here is my younger brother, and the baby on the bed is your biological son," Della replied. "My wife and son, how? When did I marry you? Where is my phone?" the madman asked confusingly. "Sir, you got married to my sister last year, and you've been living with her for a year plus now," Ivan replied. "Stay with who for a year? It is very clear that you people are mad." "Now can I have my phone?" the madman commanded. Della couldn't utter a word. She was just busy weeping silently. "Sir, we didn't see you with any phone when we saved your life," Ivan replied. "Whose life did you people save? I don't understand the rubbish you people are talking about. Look, I want to get out of here right now. Tomorrow is my coronation and my people are waiting for me," the madman said. While they were interacting, Della's TV was on, showing an advert. Suddenly, the madman heard them saying 1982 on the TV instead of 1981. He quickly glanced at the TV and saw 1982. "Bro, which year are we?" he asked confusingly. "Sir, we're in the year 1982, Ivan responded. 1980 what? Oh my God, what's wrong with me? What have you people done to me? The madman asked furiously. Sir, we were your lifesavers, but you didn't give us the slightest opportunity to explain to you what happened. That's why you are confused, Ivan said. Please, what happened to me? What have you done to me? The madman asked, screaming on top of his voice. Well, sir, it's only my sister that can narrate the whole story to you, because she was the only one who was with you right from the day it all started till today. But please try to be calm, Ivan said. Okay, young lady, I am very sorry for raising my voice, please pardon my manners and tell me what happened to me, because right now, I don't understand myself." The madman apologized. Thereafter, Della began to narrate everything right from the first night to him. After she finished narrating what happened, the madman sadly got on his knees and appreciated Della. "Thank you very much for saving my life. Without you, I could have been the dead man by now. May God bless you mightily for me." Della also went down on her knees to apologize. No, don't apologize. Please, I feel I am the one to apologize, because I had my way with you and got you pregnant, even when you were in the state you were. Please forgive me. I don't understand how my emotions took a better part of me." Lost in thought for a slight moment, "Dan, after all the love I have shown you and everything I did for you, you had the guts to conspire to kill me." "Dan, I am coming for you," the madman said. "I am extremely sorry, sir, but sir, who is Dan?" Ivan asked. "He's my younger brother," he replied. "But how did you know he was the one who conspired to kill you?" Ivan asked. "Because he was the one who came with 2 boys to pick me up when I arrived at the airport that evening," the madman responded. "I am very sorry about that, sir. I thank God for your life," Ivan said. "What is your name? I have been with you without knowing your name," Della asked. "My name is Obi. What about yours?" "I am Della." "Okay, what about you?" "My name is Ivan." "Please, Della, can you do me a favor?" Obi asked. "What kind of favor, please?" she asked. "Let's carry the baby and go for the DNA test, because I'm just desperate to know whether the child is truly my son," he replied. "Okay, but the problem is where we would get the money for the DNA test, because I have spent all the money and resources I had for your mental illness," Della said. "Don't worry about money. When I get there, I will introduce myself to them," Obi said. "Who are you, please?" Della and Ivan asked coincidentally. "I don't need to introduce myself to you people, but very soon you people will know who I am," Obi replied. Thereafter, they went for the DNA test. Back at the palace, the king returned from India to his kingdom. He was better, but not completely recovered. The next day, he had a very significant meeting with his family, Ono, the Prime Minister, and his cabinets concerning the coronation. At the end of the meeting, they agreed to crown Prince Dan, and they fixed the date for the coronation. A few days later, the DNA test result was out, and Obi confirmed he was truly the biological father of Fortune. Thereafter, Obi arranged to go back to his town with Della, Fortune, and Ivan the following day, and it was exactly the day for the coronation. While the ceremony was going on in the palace, suddenly, a taxi driver drove Obi, Della, Ivan, and Fortune entered the palace. And when the king, queen, Prince Dan, and other people who were at the palace saw Obi, they began to shout, "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" as some people ran away. The king, the queen, and Prince Dan were in total shock. "No, this cannot be possible. They killed him," Dan unknowingly whispered. The king and queen looked in Dan's direction. "Dan, you said what?" the king asked. "He was not dead that midnight. My sister here saved him," Ivan said. "Young man, what are you saying?" Ono, the Prime Minister, asked. "Yes, he's right. Obi here has been with us for more than a year now," Della replied. "This is extremely strange. Please can you tell us what happened? Because right now we are still finding it very difficult to believe," the king said. "Okay." Della narrated every detail of what happened to the king. As she narrated till the point where she got pregnant for him and gave birth to Fortune, one of the king's cabinet then interjected. "Oh no, did you hear that?" one of the king's cabinet asked. Ono couldn't utter a word because he was stunned. "Those were the signs we had in the palace a few months ago. Wonder shall never end, one of the king's cabinet said. My love, please continue, the queen said while hugging Obi very tight. The king removed the crown on his head and said, Please, my daughter, continue. Continue, Prince Dan stammered as Obi was staring at him with a fake smile on his face. Della continued her story from the point she gave birth to Fortune. How life became so hard to the point. Obi gave her a golden necklace, to the point he gained his sanity back. After she narrated the story, the king, who was sick and was not able to walk properly, got up strongly and healthily from his throne and went and hugged Della, Obi, and Ivan, and everybody was extremely happy apart from Prince Dan. Who could have committed such an abomination in my kingdom? The king asked. Please, your majesty, let's consult Ezemu to tell us the person, Ono said. No need, I know the person who conspired to kill me, Obi said. Who? They asked simultaneously. My brother Dan was the one because he came with that black SUV and 2 unknown boys to carry me at the airport. When I landed at the airport that evening, I called the king and the queen to inform them that I had arrived at the airport. But Dan was the one who picked up their calls, and when I asked him why he was picking the king and the queen's calls, he responded to me that the king and the queen were having a very important meeting with the governor and senators, so they told him to pick up the calls, and I believed him. A few moments later, he came to the airport with 2 unknown boys to pick me up, and when I entered the car I wasn't myself anymore, and I didn't know what they did to me, Obi responded. The king and the queen held Dan's neck to strangle him, but the king's cabinet stopped them. Your Majesty, my queen, my prince, great people of Amala Kingdom, there is a law that governs this great kingdom. This law was written in the year 1721 by our forefathers. The law states that if any man or woman, be it old or young, attempt to kill or kill the king or the future king of this kingdom, that such a person should be either burnt alive or buried alive regardless of his or her status. Therefore, Prince Dan must be buried or burned alive in an attempt to kill Obi, Ono, the Prime Minister said. Ono, you are very right, my beloved son. But let's also not forget that the law also states that the king or future king is to determine if the person lives or dies. So at this juncture, it lies in the hands of Prince Obi to decide whether the youths of this great kingdom should burn or bury your younger brother. Everything is in your hands. Whatever you decide is final. So should the youth burn or bury Dan alive? The king asked. Long live the great king of Amala Kingdom. I am very sorry to interrupt. Did you just call Obi your son? Della asked, very confusingly. Yes, he's my son, and also the heir to the throne of this great kingdom. Prince Obi, the great people of Amala Kingdom are looking forward to hearing from you, the king said. Father, this is very complicated. Great people of Amala Kingdom, please. I need some time to think about this. Prince Obi said. My prince, I know it's not easy, but we're giving you 3 days. That's between tomorrow and Saturday to decide, Ono said. Oh no, 3 days is too far. Who knows what Dan would do to Obi before the 3rd day? Let the youth of this kingdom burn Dan alive today, because according to the customs and traditions of this land, whoever committed such an atrocity he committed must be buried or burnt alive instantly, Chief Emenike, the king's younger brother, said. No, uncle. Let's wait till 3 days. Guard, take Dan and lock him up in the palace cell. He would stay there for 3 days, Prince Obi said. The next day, Bob travelled to his hometown. My son, what happened? Didn't you travel to the big city again? Bob's mum asked. Mummy, it's a long story, said Bob. Just start the story already. Bob's mum said, Mummy, There is a deep secret I have been hiding from you and Papa. What secret? After I heard that Della was pregnant for the Madman, I was very hurt and frustrated, so I had to go an extra mile to kill her, Bob said. Jesus. Bob, what did you just say? Exclaimed Bob's mum. Mummy, it was Felix who took me to a river in his great-grandmother's village to see a powerful goddess. For what purpose? To kill Della. Did you kill her? Asked Bob's mum. Yes, Mummy, I did. Bob answered, How could you kill that innocent girl? Bob, is marriage by force? Her family refunded her bride price and you seized all the things you bought for her. Was that not enough for you? She asked. Mummy, it was my friends who lured me to kill her, and now that goddess is after my life. She followed me here and there, Bob whispered. You're a very big fool. How could you allow your friend to mislead you? You better go to Della's family and confess what you did to their daughter. Mummy, the problem is not the late Della, but the goddess. So you don't know it's Della's spirit that's following you around. Mummy, you're very correct. I agree with you because I don't have any business with her. Mummy, I will go to Della's house and confess so that Della's spirit will depart from me, Bob replied. That Thursday night, Della said to Obi, Babe, please, there is something very significant I want to discuss with you. What's that, my princess? Obi asked. It's about your brother, Dan. What about that betrayal? Please don't allow the youth to burn or bury him alive. I sense that there's a mysterious spirit that's controlling him, Della said. My princess, why did you say that? Through his reactions. I noticed his reactions were quite weird. Well, my dear princess, I can't violate the custom and tradition of this kingdom, so my brother must be buried or burned alive, Obi replied. That Saturday morning was Dan's last day. Chief Emenike, Ono, the king's cabinets, and the people of Amala Kingdom came to the palace, and the king gave an order to bring Dan out of the cell, and Dan didn't say anything at all. After they brought him out from the cell, they gave him his last food to eat, but he kicked the food away. Where's Prince Obi? Where is the prince? They asked. Guard, go and tell the prince that we are waiting for him, the king said. When the guard got to Prince Obi's room, Della was on her knees crying and begging Obi not to kill Dan, but Obi refused to listen to Della. When he got outside, he said, Dan, my brother, you know very well the law that governs this land, and you also know the penalty for violating the law. So you violated the law, and it will be unlawful to allow you to go scot-free. As the heir to the throne of Amala Kingdom, I hereby declare Dan to be burned alive. Youth of Amala Kingdom, take him away and burn him alive. Thereafter, Chief Emenike, the king's younger brother, brought out 25 litres of fuel and 3 condemned tyres in his car and gave them to the youth to use and burn Dan alive. They took Dan to the market square and burned him alive. The next day, Prince Obi's spirit and mind became extremely troubled. He couldn't take his mind off his brother Dan. He began to reminisce about all the memories he shared with his brother. Della became extremely angry with him and temporarily stopped talking to him. The circumstances were beyond Obi, so he had to carry a rope and hanged himself on a ceiling fan. When Della came to his room and saw him, she screamed, "Jesus!" and woke up. "Jesus, Jesus, thank God it was a dream," Della muttered. "My love, what happened? Are you okay?" Obi asked. "My prince, all is not well. I had a terrible nightmare concerning you and your brother," Della replied. "What was the dream all about?" Obi asked. Della narrated the dream to him. "My love, come on. That was just a mere dream. That will never change my mind. Dan must be burned alive and die painfully the same way he wanted me to die painfully, Obi replied. Did you just say a mere dream? Della asked. Yes, a mere dream, and that will never change my mind. Dan must be burned alive, Obi said. My prince, please listen to me. My dream always come true. Instead of burning him alive, banish him from this kingdom, Della said. No, I can't banish him. The law said whoever that tried to kill the king or the future king of this kingdom, he or she must either be buried or burned alive irrespective of his status. Therefore, my brother must be burned alive this morning. Excuse me. My princess, I am off to the bathroom, Obi said. Della rushed to the queen's room, and when she got there, the queen was having conversations with the king. Good morning, your majesty. Good morning, your highness, Della greeted. Morning, my adorable princess. How are you doing? I am not fine, she replied. What happened, my princess? The queen asked. Della disclosed the dream to them, and the king said, My princess, there is absolutely nothing one can do at this point because nobody is above the law. And if I decided to use my power and my influence as a king to stop the youth of this kingdom from burning or burying Dan alive, that means I have violated the law, and none of my subjects would abide by the law of this land anymore. So I have to show a good example to my subjects. Della left the room sadly. 3 hours later, everybody came to the palace. So they brought Dan out from the palace's cell. They tied his hands and his legs, and he was wearing only boxers. When Della discovered that it was exactly what she saw in her dream, she sadly ran inside her room, locked herself inside, and she began to pray and cry heavily. So when Ono told Obi to decide whether the youth should bury or burn Dan alive, suddenly, Dan began to ask very strange questions. What is going on here? What happened to me? Father, why am I almost naked in front of the people of Amala Kingdom? Brother Obi, what happened to me? And when did you come back? Someone should answer my questions. Everybody began to grumble because they were confused. Dan, stop fooling yourself. We already know what you are doing. Obi, please go ahead and decide, Chief Emanike, the king's younger brother, said. Uncle, what are you talking about? Dan asked. Dan, you attempted to kill your brother, and you also made him mad for almost 2 years. So the youth of this kingdom are waiting for your brother to decide whether they should bury or burn you alive, Ono said. Ono, me. Attempted to kill my beloved brother. How? Dan asked. Will you shut up your mouth and stop pretending as if you don't know what you did? Prince Obi, you have been silent since you came here. Please decide what the youth should do to your brother, Chief Emanike said. I will never allow the only brother I have to be burned or buried alive just because custom and tradition, Obi said. My prince, I hope you know that if you violate the law of this land as the heir to the throne of Amala Kingdom, you are not going to be the next king of this kingdom, Ono said. Oh no, I would rather lose the throne than lose my only brother. Guard, untie my brother right now, Obi said. Della stopped praying and crying and came outside. Your Majesty, please say something, one of the king's cabinet said. Okoro, I stand by my son's decisions, the king replied. Your Majesty, I am very disappointed in you. I can't believe you're supporting your son when you know too well about our customs and traditions, Chief Emanike said. While they were interacting, the chief priest walked in. Ezemwao, the people of this great kingdom are confused. Please tell us what is happening in my kingdom, the king said. Your Majesty, the gods has finally spoken. Prince Dan is innocent. 2 years ago, Emanike, your brother, cast a spell on Prince Dan after he went to several deadly shrines and rivers to kill Prince Obi, and he couldn't succeed because of the strong ancestral powers that were assigned to protect the king and the future king of this kingdom. He intended to use Prince Dan to kill the king and Prince Obi, because Dan was the only soul that could kill the king and Prince Obi. He has been the one controlling Prince Dan, both spiritually and physically, for the past 2 years. He planned to kill all the king's family so that he would become a king, but one soul saved the entire king's family. And if not, because of that soul, the entire king's family could have been wiped away by your brother Emmanuel. Prince Obi's wife is the soul who saved the entire king's family. She has fought both physical and spiritual battle to save the king and his family. Your Majesty, great people of Amala Kingdom, I take my leave, the chief priest said. Emmanuel, you! So it was you all this while, the king screamed. I have no idea what Ezemu is talking about, Your Majesty, Emmanuel said. Prince Dan pulled a gun from one of the king's guards to shoot Chief Emmanuel, but Obi stopped him. But, Uncle, you had the guts to use me to almost destroy my family. I will kill you today. Brother, please, leave me. Let me kill this man, Prince Dan screamed. Dan, do not kill him just yet. Let him confess, Obi said. No, I want to kill this man for tarnishing my reputation in this kingdom. Please, Dan, listen to your elder brother, the Queen said. I am going to kill you right now if you do not start confessing in the next 5 seconds. Dan issued a command. My prince, I am innocent. What Ezemu said is not true. Chief Emmanuel spoke in a very low tone. Oh, you do not want to confess, right? Dan threatened to shoot him, so he screamed, No, stop! I will confess, I will confess. Confess before I explode your head right now. Everything Ezemu said is true. I plan to use Prince Dan to destroy my brother's family. Flashback. 2 years ago. Chief Emmanuel went to a deadly shrine to kill Obi. Eyes of the gods, I want to dethrone my brother and become king. But his first son is my greatest obstacle. And I have been to several places to kill that boy. But I couldn't. So please help me kill him so that I can dethrone his father. Chief Emmanuel said, Drop his photo or clothes here. No power can kill this young man. He is protected by powerful and mysterious forces in your kingdom, the chief priest said. Ezemu, please do something. There is only one solution. Which is? Chief Emmanuel asked. The only person who can truly kill him is his younger brother. So in order to fulfill your goals, you must make him your spiritual slave, the chief priest said. How can I make him my slave spiritually, Ezemu? Chief Emmanuel asked. Take this charm, call his name 3 times, and command him to do whatever you want him to without hesitation. Dan! Dane! I command you to be my slave. From now on, do whatever I ask you to do quickly and without hesitation. It is finished. You may leave, the chief priest said. A few hours later. Honey, welcome back, said Emmanuel's wife. Thank you, my future queen. How did it go? She asked. Honey, that man is truly powerful. I told you the man is powerful, she said. Yes, you did. Dan is now my slave, so I will use him to kill all of my brother's family and become king, Chief Emmanuel said. Wow, I cannot wait to be the queen of this kingdom. You can say that again, my lovely queen. Your Majesty, your meals are ready, Emmanuel's wife said. My queen, I know you made my favorite meal. I did, my king, she replied. The next morning, Prince Dan received a call from Chief Emmanuel. Hello, Dan, where are you? Good morning, Uncle. I am at the palace, Prince Dan replied. Dan, stop whatever you're doing and come to my house right now. Okay, Uncle. I will come when I finish eating, Prince Dan replied. Dan, are you mad? My friend, will you suspend that food and come to my house right now? Chief Emenike commanded. Okay, I am on my way. Mummy, Daddy, I am coming. My prince, where are you rushing to without finishing your breakfast? The Queen asked. Mother, my uncle called me for something very significant, so I have to go and meet him now. I will continue with my breakfast when I return, Dan replied as he leaves. What is wrong with our son, Your Majesty? The Queen questioned. I am just as perplexed as you are, my Queen. A few moments later. I am sorry for the delay, Uncle. Dan apologized. Is all right. Dan, I need your assistance with something extremely important. What is that, Uncle? I am willing to do anything for you, Dan replied. Dan, I want to be a king. That is amazing. So what do you want me to do? Dan asked. I would like you to kill your brother Obi first, as he is returning overseas tomorrow for his coronation, Chief Emenike said. Okay, but this is quite complicated, so how do I proceed to kill him? Dan asked. Okay, I will send you 2 boys to assist you in carrying out the task, but you will be responsible for their payment, Chief Emenike said. Okay, no problem, Uncle. Dan, listen to me attentively. Immediately after Obi arrives at the airport tomorrow, go there with the 2 boys and kidnap him. After you kidnap him, take this substance and give it to those boys to give him, after which they should kidnap him and throw his corpse into a river. Chief Emenike directed. Consider it done, Uncle. You may leave now. Hey, come back here. If you reveal these plans to anyone, I will kill you. I won't, Uncle, I swear with my life, Dan replied, and then left. When I am done with Obi, I will tell Dan to poison the king and accuse the Queen of killing the king, after which the youth of this kingdom will burn or bury the Queen alive. And after everything, I will kill Dan and become king, Chief Emenike said. The next day, Obi arrived at the airport and called his brother Dan. Hello, Dan. I have arrived, Obi said. I am coming, brother, Dan replied. After the phone call, he rushed to carry the king and queen's phones so they would not realize Obi had arrived at the airport. When Dan arrived at the airport with those 2 bad boys, Obi asked, Why were you answering the queen's and king's calls? The king and queen are attending an important meeting with the governor and senators, Dan replied. Who are these 2 boys? Obi asked. My bodyguards. What about our palace guards? Obi asked. Brother, we do not have time for all of these questions. It is getting late, so let us go, Dan replied. They drugged Obi the moment he got into the car. Hey! Boys, take him away and kill him quietly while everyone is sleeping, and do not forget to throw his corpse into a river. Okay, boss, Scorpion replied. I will be expecting good news tomorrow, Dan said. The end of flashback. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was a devil's handwork, Chief Emenike exclaimed. One more word from you. I will shoot you right away, Dan said. Uncle, how could you be this wicked and heartless? You wanted to ruin your brother's family solely for the sake of kingship. Uncle, you're very, very wicked, Obi said. Youth of Amala Kingdom, take this man to the market square and burn him to ashes, the king ordered. Your Majesty, your wish is our command, as the attempt to bundle him out of the palace. Your Majesty, I am sorry, please forgive me, Chief Emenike begged. Thereafter, the youth burned him alive. After the youth burned Chief Emenike to death, Dan was still dissatisfied because of the tragedies the man caused his family, so he went to set Emenike's house on fire. Woman, if you know what is best for you, pack up all of your valuables because I want to set this house on fire right now, Prince Dan commanded. Please, my prince, have mercy on me, Chief Amenik's wife exclaimed. Woman, you are wasting my time. You were aware of all the evil your husband did to my family, and you supported your husband in turning me, the great prince of Amala Kingdom, into his slave. Woman, I am giving you 3 minutes to pack out, Dan said. Prince Dan stormed out of the house, went to Chief Amenik's hotel, and set it on fire. However, Prince Obi and the Queen were furious with him for burning down the hotel. What is wrong with you, Dan? Why would you burn down your late uncle's hotel? Have you lost it? Obi asked. Brother, I am so sorry. I could not sleep last night, thinking about everything that wicked man made us go through, Dan explained. It is okay, I understand how you feel, but he is gone. You could not have done it, Obi said. The next morning, the king sent for Della. My adorable princess, get ready. On Friday, I, my family, and cabinet members will travel to your town to express our gratitude to your family, and also reward them for raising such a wonderful and amazing soul as you. And when we return, I will surprise you greatly, the king stated. 2 days later, Bob went to Della's parents and confessed that he had killed Della, and her spirit has been disturbing him non-stop ever since. Della's mother gripped Bob tightly and told him that if he did not provide her daughter, he would kill her as well. As Della's mother was dragging Bob, something incredible happened. Please subscribe and drop a comment. My adorable princess, prepare yourself for Friday, because I, my family and cabinet members will be traveling to your town to appreciate and reward your family for raising such an amazing and wonderful soul as you. And when we return, I will surprise you mightily, the king said. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, Della appreciated. A moment later, Ivan, please, I would like you to return home as soon as possible to see how things are going because the king, his family and cabinet members will be visiting our town on Friday to see my family, Della said. Wow, this is fantastic news. I will go there tomorrow, Ivan replied. But please, Ivan, do not tell my parents or anyone else that you saw me and Prince Obi, because I want to surprise everyone, Della warned. Trust me, sister, I won't tell anyone, Ivan assured her. Ivan, let me know when you are leaving tomorrow so that I can give you some money, the prince offered. Thank you very much, my prince. I will not hesitate, Ivan responded. You're welcome, my princess. I would love to see your ex-fiancé. What is his name again? The prince asked. Bob? Della questioned. Yes, it's funny how he treated you because of me. I want to see him try to make amends with you. Or maybe you should invite him to my coronation next month, Obi said. Wow, what a fantastic idea. I will take you straight to his house when we get there, Della answered. I just cannot wait, Obi replied. Everyone would be shocked to see you, said Della. Yes, and that includes you as well, my princess. I hope your town is motorable, Obi remarked. Pretty sure, why do you ask? Della asked. Because there are many cars that will be traveling with us to your town, Obi explained. Our road is perfectly fine. We have no potholes on our road, Della assured him. That is great, my princess, I believe you, Obi said. The following day, Ivan returned home, and when he arrived, Ivan, why did you spend so much time in your friend's hometown? Della's mother asked. Mummy, you know I am a graduate, so I was looking for a well-paying job. Which is why I did not return on time, Ivan responded. Were you able to find one? Della's father asked. No, but before this month ends, I firmly believe that I will have a white-collar job, Ivan replied. Amen, my son. Have you seen or heard from your sister, Della? Della's mother asked. No, that was the exact question I wanted to ask, Ivan responded. Honey, I told you to forget about that useless girl called Della, Della's father said. Honey, I don't know why you hate Della like this, Della's mother replied. Why won't I hate her? See, do not just talk about that useless daughter of yours in my presence, the father stated. Daddy, Sister Della will surprise you far beyond your expectations very soon, Ivan said. The man hissed as he walked in. Friday afternoon, Bob went to ask for forgiveness from Della's parents. Long time, Brother Bob, Ivan greeted. Ivan, how have you been? How was your service? Bob asked. I thank God, Brother Bob, Ivan replied. Okay, that's great. Where is Mama and Papa? Bob asked. Mummy, Daddy, come, Bob is here. Ivan called. Where is Bob? Good day, Mama Della. Good day, Papa Della, Bob greeted. Bob, how have you been? Long time, Della's mum asked. Bob, if you do not want me to ignore you, please stop calling me Papa Della, because that useless girl is not worthy of being my daughter, Della's dad replied. I am sorry, sir. I came here to confess and ask for your forgiveness, Bob muttered. What happened, Bob? Della's mum asked curiously. Kai, Bob stammered. Bob, what's going on? Talk to us now, Della's mother urged. It's hard to say, but I just have to say it. The truth is that when I heard that Della was pregnant for the Madman, I was extremely hurt, depressed and disappointed. So I decided to go to meet a very powerful goddess to kill Della with the pregnancy. And ever since I killed her, her spirit has been disturbing me badly. Please, sir, forgive me, Bob cried out. Della's mother gripped Bob's cloth and shirts. Ah, Bob, you had the guts to kill my sister. I will kill you today. Wait for me. I am coming. Ivan fake cried and ran inside to call Della. Hello, sister. Something unbelievable is going on here. Where are you people now? Ivan asked. We have just entered our street, Della responded. Wow. Please come quickly. Oh, Bob is here. Did you come with policemen? I just heard their sirens, Ivan asked excitedly. Is Bob there? That is wonderful. Sure, police and army men accompanied us, Della answered before hanging up. Bob, you must give birth to my daughter right now, Della's mother exclaimed. Honey, leave the young man alone. Your useless daughter deserves to die, Della's father said. It's you that is useless. And you, Bob, you must provide my daughter today, or you will be ready to kill me, just as you killed her, Della's mother threatened. Please, let the young man be. Your useless daughter reaps what she sows. I regret the day you gave birth to that miserable girl named Della. Her stubbornness and stupidity have finally led her to an early grave. And may her miserable soul rest in peace, Della's father spat. Just as Della's mother was dragging Bob, the king, his family, cabinet members and security officers arrived. The king and his cabinet members stepped out of the car. Is that not the famous king of the Amala kingdom? Della's father asked. He's the one, Bob replied. Ah, what is the great king of the Amala kingdom doing in our home? Della's mother mumbled. Greetings, your majesty. Long live the great king of the Amala kingdom, Della's mum and dad greeted. Thank you. I know you are all surprised to see me in your home today, the king said. Definitely, your majesty, they replied. Let us go inside, the king said, and as they entered he continued. Well, I came to thank you and your wife for raising such a wonderful and magnificent child. She is the reason my family and I are still alive today. Please, your majesty, we are lost. Who are you talking about? Della's mum asked. "Your daughter," the king replied. "Your Majesty, our daughter is no longer alive, so we do not have another daughter," Della's father responded. "Where are the prince and the princess?" the king asked. "Let me call them, Your Majesty," Della's mother said. When Obi and Della finally got out of the car, Bob and Della's parents screamed. "Ghost! Ghost! She is a ghost, Your Majesty!" they exclaimed. "My sister had never died," Ivan said. "She is a ghost, and I was the one who killed her," Bob replied. "Kill her how?" Obi asked. "Well, when I heard that Della was pregnant for a poor madman she was madly in love with, I was extremely hurt, depressed, and frustrated, so I decided to go to meet a very powerful goddess to kill Della with the pregnancy, and ever since I killed her, her spirit has been haunting me badly," Bob confessed. "God forbid, not my spirit." "So, Bob, you were truly the one who sent Ezinwanyi, Queen Mother, to come and kill me. Anyway, she didn't succeed because my great-grandparents are from her kingdom, so she doesn't kill any soul who is related to her kingdom," Della replied. "Oh God, thank you for putting all of my enemies to shame. So, my daughter, where have you been? And why are you dressed like a princess?" Della's mother asked. "She is a princess of the Amala kingdom," Ivan responded. "How?" Della's parents and Bob asked simultaneously. Della explained everything to them, and they were completely stunned. "So that Madman was a prince of the Amala kingdom. Chai, life is truly a mystery," Della's father muttered. Thereafter, Della's parents and Bob sadly apologized to Della and Obi, and they sincerely forgave them. After that, the king said, "Oh no, I have learnt so much today. Anyone can be a destiny's helper and savior in this life. I agree with you, Your Majesty. Who would have imagined that the great king of the Amala kingdom and his family would be saved by a soul from this kind of a family?" Ono stated in amazement. "Oh no, it is true that life is mysterious," the king said. Della's parents were eventually moved to the Amala kingdom by the king, who also gave them 2 large plots of land and established successful businesses for them. A few days later, the king and queen opened a large plaza for Della after realizing she was obsessed with business. 3 days before Obi's coronation, Obi invited Bob over to the palace to reconcile him and Della, and Obi assured Bob that he had been forgiven completely and they would be friends. A day after Obi's coronation, Bob told Obi that he was madly in love with a certain princess who had attended his coronation, but he could not approach her due to her influence, status, and charisma. "There were many princesses at my coronation. Which one are you referring to?" Obi asked. "My prince, I do not know her name or kingdom, but she is of average height and dressed in purple royal attire," Bob said. "Is she fair and slim?" Obi asked. "Yes, my prince." "Does she have dimples?" "Oh yes, my prince." "She is Princess Adana and I know her," Obi deduced. "My prince, you are correct. Her name is Adana. I just remembered her name," Bob said. "Do not worry, Bob. I will speak with her on your behalf," Obi offered. "Oh my goodness, my prince. Are you serious?" Bob asked curiously. "Pretty serious. I will introduce you to her and her mum as my best friend, and I am pretty sure that she will not turn down your request," Obi assured him. "Thank you very much, my prince. I would be grateful if you could persuade her to accept me," Bob said gratefully. "That is not a big deal, Bob. Just leave her for me. I will leave no stone unturned until she accepts you," Obi promised. "Oh, my prince, I am grateful," Bob replied, kneeling down. "Bob, please stand up. I hope you know we are friends," Obi said warmly. "I am just too grateful and happy, my prince," Bob responded, overjoyed. "It's okay, Bob. Do you know that if you marry her, Chances are excellent that you will become a king in her kingdom? Obi asked. How, my prince? What about her dad? Bob questioned. Her father, the king, is sick, and the doctors say he has just few months to live, and she is her parents' only child. Therefore, whoever marries her will become king of that kingdom, Obi revealed. My prince, I am madly in love with that girl, and I cannot wait to see her, Bob muttered. Bob, as far as I am concerned with this matter, I promise you she will be yours, and I will do everything in my power to ensure she accepts you, Prince Obi vowed. My prince, I will be the happiest person on earth if I marry Adana, Bob said hopefully. While they were conversing, Prince Dan came in. Brother, it is time for the meeting, Prince Dan said. Oh, thank you very much, Brother Dan. I had forgotten about the meeting, Prince Obi said. My prince, which princess were you two talking about? Prince Dan inquired. Well, Bob said he is madly in love with Princess Adana, but he is afraid to approach her, Prince Obi replied. Wow. But that is not a big deal, brother. Just use your influence and power as a high prince to speak with her on Bob's behalf, and I believe she will accept Bob without hesitation, Prince Dan advised. That's exactly what I intend to do, Prince Obi affirmed. One of the things I admire most about Princess Adana is her bravery. She is extremely brave and influential. If I had not met my fiancé before her, I could have married her. Bob, just go for Adana. She is a wife material. Please, my prince, let's go. We're almost late for the meeting, Prince Dan urged. Bob, I have a very important meeting with the governor this afternoon. Please feel at home and make yourself comfortable. One of my drivers will be available if you want to go out, so he can take you wherever you want to go, Prince Obi offered. Thank you very much, my adorable prince, Bob said gratefully. The next morning, my princess, you have been in this state since you returned from Prince Obi's coronation. I hope everything is fine, Adana's mum asked with concern. Mother, everything is not going well. I am really angry with myself right now, Princess Adana replied. What is wrong, my daughter? She asked. Please, Mother, I want to be left alone, Adana responded curtly. Oh, really? Yes, Mother. Please, my daughter, tell me what is bothering you. Hope it's not the king's illness. I hate seeing you in this state. Please talk to your mother, the Queen insisted. Mum, there was a man I saw at Prince Obi's coronation, Adana revealed. What about him, and who exactly is he? The Queen asked. I don't know him. I saw him for the first time at Prince Obi's coronation, and it's funny how I can't stop thinking about him, Adana confessed. This is quite strange. Did you approach him? Her mum asked. No, Mum. Why not? Mum, I was too shy and ashamed to approach him. Coupled with the fact that I am a lady and not any lady, I am a princess. I should not be caught approaching a man, Adana explained. Adana, I cannot believe you are saying this, because you are as courageous as a lion and extremely influential, her mother remarked. Mum, when I saw him, I lost all self-control. Throughout the event, I could not take my eyes off the guy, Adana admitted. You could have summoned the courage to approach him, the Queen said. Mum, it did not occur to me until yesterday, which is why I am very unhappy with myself. Mum, I love him so much, and my deepest desire is to see and open up about my feelings for him, Adana confided. Do not worry. I believe so much in destiny. If he is meant to be yours, fate will definitely bring you people together, the Queen assured her. Mummy, this one is so strange. I've not been able to sleep well since Prince Obi's coronation. But why? Mummy, I don't know if I should call this love at first sight, I just know I cannot wait to see him again, Adana muttered wistfully. You just reminded me of how I met your father, the Queen remarked. Then Adana's phone began to ring. Please hold on, Mummy. I have a call, Adana said. Good day, Princess Adana, Prince Obi greeted. Good day, sir. Who is this, please? Princess Adana asked. I am Prince Obi. Oh my goodness. To emerge, I was just discussing your wedding with my mum before your call came in. Greetings, High Prince Obi. I am delighted to hear from you, Princess Adana responded. I am honored, my princess. Princess, I would love to see you in my palace tomorrow. I have something very important for us to discuss, Obi said. Is it that urgent, my prince? Adana asked. Not that urgent, but if you choose to treat it as urgent, then that will be nice, Obi said. Okay, my prince. I guess I am free today, not so sure of tomorrow, Adana said hopefully. If you can make it today, that will be fine, Obi replied. My prince, I will be on my way, Adana said eagerly. I will be expecting you, my princess, Obi responded and ended the call. Which prince was that? Adana's mum asked. Hi, Prince Obi, Mummy. Wow. Did he invite you over to his palace? Yes, Mum, please, Mum. I want to get dressed quickly so that I can get there on time, Adana said excitedly. A few hours later, Princess Adana arrived in Obi's kingdom. You're welcome, my princess. Good to see you, my prince, Adana said. How is your mother and the people of your great kingdom doing? Obi asked politely. They are doing great, my prince. How about yours? We're good. Well, princess, I invited you to my palace to talk about something very important with you, Obi began. What's that, my prince? Well, it is about one of my friends, Obi continued. What about him? Adana said. He told me he saw you at my coronation and fell madly in love with you, but he was too shy to approach you, Prince Obi revealed. Who could that be, my prince? Is he around? I would love to see him, Princess Adana said curiously. Oh yes, he's around. Please hold on while I call him, Obi replied. Hello, Bob. Please come to the balcony. I have a surprise for you, Obi called out. I am coming, my prince, Bob answered. Please come right away, Obi urged. All right, my prince, Bob responded. A few minutes later, Bob came and was in total shock and full of smiles on seeing Princess Adana. Oh, my world. My prince, is he the one you told me about? Princess Adana asked curiously. Yes, he is the one. Do you know him? Prince Obi inquired. My prince, please, is this... Princess Adana kept silent abruptly. My princess? What is the matter? Why the sudden silence? Are you okay? Prince Obi asked with concern. Fate, my prince, fate, Adana whispered. What did you say, princess? Obi asked. I am very okay, my prince. I am just trying to maintain my royal demeanor, Princess Adana muttered. Let me excuse you guys, Bob, over to you. See you guys later, Prince Obi said as he walked away. Good day, princess. Can we talk, please? Bob requested. Pretty yes. Please say whatever you want. I am all ears, Princess Adana replied. I am grateful. My name is Bob, and I am from Gamanga State. I am a businessman. What about you, please? My name is Princess Adana, and I am the only child of the late King Kajumbia of the Kasasa Kingdom. I am an international lawyer and the CEO of several companies. She introduced herself. Wow. I am extremely happy to meet you, my amazing princess, Bob said, smitten. Same here. Bob, please, I am craving for more questions, Princess Adana urged. Well, my princess, I do not have many questions, but there is something I would like to tell you. Bob began. I am all ears. Please. My princess, I fell extremely in love with you right from the first day I set my eyes on you. And ever since that day, I have not been myself. I occasionally dream and think about you, and I must admit that I am obsessed with you. Bob confessed ardently. Me too? Princess Adana replied simply. I don't understand. You too, how? Bob asked confusingly. I must confess, for whatever reason I spotted you at the wedding. Only my mother can relate to what I just said because she is the only person I told everything to, she revealed. My princess, I am very confused. Are you trying to say you are in love with me too? Bob asked in disbelief. Since I returned from Prince Obi's coronation, I have not been able to eat anything because you've been on my mind, in my dreams, Princess Adana confessed. Wow, what a strange coincidence, Bob remarked, amazed. Thereafter, Bob asked Adana out, and she accepted instantly. And when she got to her kingdom, she disclosed everything to her mum, and her mum was extremely happy for her. Fate, my daughter, her mum whispered. At midnight, Loveline, the mysterious goddess, appeared with her normal face in Princess Adana's room. Hey, wake up! I have a serious warning for you. Loveline tapped Princess Adana. Who are you, and how did you get into my room? Princess Adana asked. Why, hey, keep your questions to yourself. I did not come here to answer your questions, but to warn you to stay away from my husband, Loveline warned. Which husband are you talking about? Adana asked. The person you are in love with is my husband, so stay away from him otherwise. Otherwise, what will happen? The princess asked. Otherwise, this world would not accommodate me and you. Madam, go to hell. I am not afraid of you, Princess Adana responded. Are you saying you are not afraid of me? Loveline asked. Yes, I am not afraid of you, and I will never leave him because he is the love of my life, Princess Adana responded courageously. Loveline became very angry and changed into the mysterious goddess. Hey, look at me and repeat what you have just said, the goddess said. Jesus Christ, Princess Adana screamed. You dared me, and I am going to send your soul to hell right now. The goddess spoke while tiptoeing close to Princess Adana. And when Adana attempted to scream for help, the goddess silenced her. Immediately after the goddess silenced her, Adana recalled the mysterious bead that her father had given her when he fell sick and knew he was to die. Flashback. Take this bead, my princess, and make sure you wear it always, Adana's father said. Daddy, this bead is weird. What is it for? Adana asked. My daughter, it is a powerful protector. Take this bead, my daughter. It will always protect you from spiritual attacks. End of flashback. After recalling the mysterious bead given to her by her late father, the king, Adana gradually raised her pillow, looking at the goddess fearfully. Luckily for Adana, her hand was able to locate the mysterious bead, and immediately after she carried the bead, her voice was restored. I give you only 5 seconds to choose between your life and him, the goddess said. I choose him, and I will continue to choose him over and over again. I will never leave him because he was destined to be my husband and the king of this kingdom. I command you to go back to the pit of hell where you belong right now. Princess Adana boldly commanded the goddess. The goddess became as furious as a bear with a saw and began to bombard Adana with her charms, but the mysterious bead that Adana was holding kept averting her charms. When the goddess used almost all of her powers and failed, she angrily scattered Adana's room and vanished. As soon as she disappeared, Adana dashed to her mother's room and told her everything. Jesus Christ, I thank God for your life, my princess, and please summon Bob first thing tomorrow to explain his business with the spirit, Adana's mother said. Adana called Bob as soon as dawn broke. "Bob, are you still in Prince Obina's palace, or have you travelled?" Adana asked. "I am about to leave this morning, so what is up, my love?" Bob asked. "Babe, all is not well at all. Please do not travel. I am sending my driver to the palace to pick you up right now," Adana said. "Okay, I will be waiting. But what's going on, babe?" Bob asked. "Do not worry. When you arrive, I will explain everything to you," Adana replied, and ended the call. 2 hours later, when Bob arrived at Adana's palace, after a proper welcome, Adana asked him, "Be honest with me. Do you have a spiritual wife?" "Babe, what is going on?" Bob asked. "Why are you asking such an unusual question?" "Please, it is just a simple question, and I need a genuine response." "Yes, I have," Bob replied. "How did you get married to a spiritual wife?" Adana's mother asked. Bob narrated everything, right from day one to them. "Bob, how could you have tried to do such evil to Della?" Adana asked furiously. "My daughter, you cannot blame him. If you ever fall deeply in love with someone and they eventually betray you, as Della did, you might do worse than he did," said Adana's mother. "I remember when my first love, the boy I loved with all my heart and soul, got another girl pregnant. I almost killed myself that year, but I eventually realized that we were not meant to be together." Bob's worst mistake was allowing himself to be misled by his so-called best friends. "So what do you want us to do at this juncture?" Adana asked. "My dear daughter, if you truly love him as you have always claimed, then stand firm with him and confront this goddess," Adana's mother said. "All right, Mum. I am considering consulting Ezemuo, chief priest, to advise us on how to get rid of the goddess," Adana said. "I think that is a good idea. James," Adana's mother called one of the palace guards. "Yes, Your Highness," James replied. "James, go and call me Ezemuo." "Okay, Your Highness." A moment later, Ezemuo arrived at the palace. "Greetings, Your Highness, Princess, and the next king of Kasasa Kingdom," Ezemuo greeted. "Ezemuo, did you just refer to him as the next king of this kingdom?" Adana's mother asked confusingly. "Yes, Your Highness. The gods of our land have chosen him as the next king of the kingdom, but he is currently married to one of the most powerful and oldest goddesses," the chief priest replied. "Ezemuo, that is exactly why I summoned you here. What should we do to get rid of the goddess?" Adana's mother asked. "Your Majesty, the gods have yet to reveal the solution to his problem to me," the chief priest replied. The next morning, Adana's mother took Bob and Adana to a very powerful spiritualist to find solutions to Bob's problem. When they arrived, Bob explained everything to the spiritualist. "Your Majesty, it will be extremely difficult for the goddess to leave this young man because he has a child with her. And the goddess intends to take him to the Marine Kingdom in the next 7 days to crown him as king," the spiritualist said. "This is beyond me," Adana murmured. "Chai, my stubbornness and disobedience have finally landed me in misery. How do I get out of these mysterious circumstances?" Bob lamented. "Great One, please do something," Adana's mother pleaded. "There is a solution," the spiritualist said. "What is the solution, please?" they asked simultaneously. "There is a substance to which the goddess is allergic. She is extremely afraid of the substance. So if this young man begins to use it, it will scare the goddess away, and she will give up on this man and spiritually divorce him without hesitation, because that substance has the ability to subdue her and her powers. This is the most profound mystery that no one has ever solved about the goddess, the spiritualist said. Please tell us the name of the substance. I am willing to pay any price to know it, Adana said. When the spiritualist was about to disclose the name of the substance, all of a sudden, he began to cough badly, and when he went inside to take some water, Loveline, the mysterious goddess, appeared and caused the spiritualist to sleep deeply. Immediately after the spiritualist fell asleep, the goddess transformed herself into the spiritualist in order to deceive Bob and Adana. Great One, I believe you are fine now. Please tell us the name of the substance because my life is in danger right now, Bob pleaded. I have just discovered that the substance is not the solution to your problems. Instead, I have discovered the true solution to your problems, the spiritualist, goddesses incarnate, said. What's the solution, Great One? They asked coincidentally. Thereafter, the goddesses incarnate instructed Bob to go to the river where the goddess lived with a wedding ring, 10 tubers of yam, goats, and many other things. Great One, I don't understand. All the items you mention are for a bride price, or does it imply that he is going to the river to pay the goddess's bride price? Adana's mother asked confusingly. No, these items are for sacrifice. Without sacrifice, the goddess would never leave him, the goddesses incarnate said. Great One, see, I am willing to do anything legal to get rid of the goddess in my life, Bob said. Then you must go to the river with the sacrificial items and perform the sacrifice, the goddesses incarnate instructed. Okay, please. Great One, will you accompany me to the river to perform the sacrifice? Bob asked. No, the princess must accompany you to the river. Once there, enter the river with her and throw all of the sacrificial items into it before returning. If you can do that, I guarantee that the goddess will never bother you, the goddesses incarnate said. Thank you very much, Great One. I will not hesitate to do it. But, Great One, I'm afraid what if the goddess appears and harms them? Adana's mother asked. No, the goddess will never appear unless they call her name 7 times. One more thing. Princess, do not go to the river with any beads, necklaces, or rings, the goddesses incarnate warned. But why? Adana asked. Because it might impede the goddess from accepting the sacrifice, he replied. Okay, I am not going to wear or go with any of them, Adana replied. After they left the place, the goddess said, Wow, he is finally returning home to pay my true bride price and be crowned king of my marine world. As for that princess, I will kill her. Let me go and wait for them. After that, she disappeared, and the spiritualist awoke. When Bob, Adana, and her mother decided to call Della and tell her what the spiritualist told them, Della insisted on accompanying them to the river. 2 days later, they went to the river, and Princess Adana did not carry the mysterious beads her father had given her for protection because of the spiritualist's instructions. When they arrived at the river, everywhere was as quiet as a graveyard. They brought all of the sacrificial items and went into the river. However, as soon as Bob and Princess stepped into the river, everywhere became extremely dark, and there was a great storm in the river. While they were blindly struggling to get out of the river, the mysterious goddess appeared and submerged Bob and Princess in the water. As soon as the mysterious goddess disappeared, the river stood still and darkness disappeared. Della rushed inside the river and began to call their names, but no one responded. While she was busy screaming their names, suddenly Princess Adana's corpse floated on the river, and when Della saw Princess Adana's corpse on the river, she screamed heavily and woke up and discovered it was one of her dreams. When she woke up from a short nap she had in the car on their way to the village. Driver, stop. Driver, stop this car and let's go back right away, Della said. My princess, what happened? Princess Adana, Bob and the driver asked her simultaneously. I just dozed off and had a mysterious revelation about the river we're going to, Della replied. Please, my princess, tell us what you saw. After Della revealed everything she saw in the dream, they quickly reversed, and as they did, the mysterious goddess appeared and commanded them to return to the river, or she would kill them all. Ezinwanya, Queen Mother, please, we are your children. Let us go, Della begged. I must go with him today. He's my husband and my people are waiting for him in my kingdom to crown him king, the goddess replied. I am not going anywhere with you. Light and darkness have nothing in common. Therefore, return to your kingdom and tell your people they will never see me, Bob replied courageously. The goddess laughed and said, We are married. I am wearing your ring, and I can see mine on your finger. The sooner you follow me to my kingdom, the better for you. God forbid. I would rather die than go to your miserable kingdom, Bob replied courageously. Come with me now, else I will kill all of you, the goddess responded, preparing to bombard them with her charms. Please, Ezinwanyi, do not do this to us. We are the children of this land, and our great-grandmother is from this land, Della pleaded. My princess, stop begging this woman. We have a god far more powerful and mightier than she, Adana's driver said. Ah, Samuel, please don't go close to her. She is extremely powerful. She might kill you, Adana murmured. My princess, I am not afraid of her, because he who is in me is greater than she. Hey, woman, I do not care who you are or how powerful you are, but I have a god who is almighty. A mighty warrior, the creator of the universe, the Alpha and Omega, I am that I am. And at the mention of Jesus' name, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. Therefore I command you in the name of Jesus Christ, that is above every other name, to get out of our way right now. Adana's driver commanded the mysterious goddess angrily, and quickly the mysterious goddess disappeared. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Please let us go home right away. A few moments later, Ezemuo, chief priest, visited Adana's palace. Welcome, Ezemuo. Is the queen around? Ezemuo asked. Yes, she is around, the palace guard responded. Tell her that I have a message for her, the chief priest said. A minute later, the queen came out. Welcome, the great chief priest of Karsasa Kingdom. Greetings, your highness. Where is the princess and the next king of this kingdom? The queen told the chief priest where they went. Your majesty, I sense serious danger. The princess may not survive, Ezemuo said. Why Ezemuo? Adana's mother asked fearfully. The mysterious goddess deceived them. Who did they consult before embarking on their journey to the mysterious river? Ezemuo asked. The queen told him about the spiritualist who instructed Bob and Adana to take the sacrificial items to the river. My queen, that spiritualist who gave the instruction was the goddess incarnate. She intended to kill the princess and take the future king of this kingdom to the marine world to crown him king, the chief priest replied. The queen burst out crying and began to lament in grief. A few hours later, the queen was still crying, and the king's cabinets were comforting her. Suddenly, Adana's driver drove into the palace, and the queen rushed outside to see if her daughter Adana was inside the car, and she was overjoyed to see her daughter Adana. Thereafter, they explained everything they encountered in the village to the queen and king's cabinets. The next day, the king's cabinet visited the chief priest's shrine. Moik, what is going on in our land, eyes of the gods? One of them asked. For the last 4 months, the throne of the Karsasa kingdom has been empty because the king has been bedridden and has 1 more day to live. "Oh no, Wu. The gods have chosen a soul to be the king of this land," the chief priest said. "Who is that soul, Ezemo?" they asked. "The chosen one is the princess's fiancé." "Ezemo, why would the gods choose someone who is already married to a goddess to be the king?" Onowu, Prime Minister, asked. "Only the gods can answer this question, but I believe they have a reason for choosing him as the king of this land." "Ezemo, that boy will never rule this kingdom due to the circumstances that surround him. But the gods have chosen him, and if he does not become king, the kingdom will be without a king until he dies, and any soul who attempts to ascend to the throne will die suddenly." "This is incredible. But Ezemo, what about the mysterious goddess who haunts him every now and then?" Onowu asked. "The goddess would surely depart from him at an appointed time, but she would torment him greatly before she departs. The goddess would not depart from him easily, because she's obsessed with him, but she would eventually depart from him," the chief priest said. "Ezemu, how long are we going to wait for the goddess to leave him before crowning him king?" Onowu asked. "The gods have not revealed the appropriate time to me, but I believe she will depart from him soon," the chief priest replied. The king's cabinet and Onowu left the shrine frustratingly. A week later, after the king's death and burial, they went to the palace to decide what to do concerning the circumstances in their land. "Onowu, we cannot just fold our arms and watch Kasasa's throne remain empty. We need to act fast," one of the cabinets said. "I am baffled right now. What should we do at this juncture?" Onowu asked. "Onowu, I propose that we go to the goddess village and explain the circumstances that our kingdom is facing as a result of the goddess. I believe the solution to the princess's fiancé, our next king, will be revealed," one of the cabinets suggested. "I agree with you, Mazio Konkwo. The situation on the ground affects not only Bob, but the entire Kasasa kingdom, so we must stand up and confront these mysterious circumstances." Well, you people have spoken very well. The fight on the ground is our fight, so we would definitely visit that village. However, who would lead us there?" Onowu asked. "My queen, who will lead us to that village?" "The princess of Amala Kingdom, because her great-grandmother is from that village," the queen replied. Thereafter, they went to the Amala Kingdom to plead with Della to accompany them to that mysterious village, but the king of Amala Kingdom completely disagreed. "Princess Della is extremely valuable to my family and entire Amala Kingdom, so we want nothing to happen to her at all," the king said. So they returned to their kingdom, and when they arrived at the palace, Bob told them about his best friend Felix, who had taken him to the village to see the goddess. 2 days later, Bob was about to travel to his town to see his best friend Felix about the issue at hand, but Princess Adana insisted on accompanying Bob to see Bob's people. After successfully arriving in town, Bob and Princess Adana proceeded to Felix's house. When they got to Felix's house, Bob explained the circumstances he went through to Felix. "Bob, are you saying that the goddess is still haunting you?" Felix asked. "Yes. This is even worse than before. Please accompany us to the village," Bob pleaded. "Sorry, Bob, but I cannot leave my business and accompany you to the village. My business is far more valuable than anything else at this point." Felix, Bob's best friend, replied. "Felix, please do not do this to me. Do not forget, you were the one who took me to that village to see the goddess for the first time. Please, in the name of God, accompany us to the village, now that the people of Kasasa Kingdom are willing to take immediate action in response to the circumstances surrounding me," Bob pleaded. "Bob, I can't," Felix replied. "Please name your price." I am willing to pay you whatever amount you demand, because I truly want the goddess to depart from him so that he can marry me and become the king of Kasasa Kingdom." Princess Adana said, "No amount is worth paying me, because I am priceless. My yes is yes, and my no is no," Felix replied. "Felix, I am disappointed in you after all of the good things I have done for you. So this is how you intend to repay me?" Bob said, "Not like that, Bob. My business is extremely important to me," Felix replied. "So, the business which I established for you is more valuable and important than my life and destiny, right?" Bob asked. "Bob, see, I do not have time for all of these questions. I have something significant to attend to right now. See you later," Felix said, walking away from them. "Felix, my God will judge you for ruining my life. You claim to be my best friend. You will regret what you did to me for the rest of your life," Bob muttered. "Babe, please let us go. I am confident that there will be a way," Princess Adana said. Of a truth, Felix had never been a friend to Bob. As a matter of fact, he had always been extremely jealous and envious of Bob from childhood. He could not come to terms with why Bob always had more achievements and successes than him. So he decided to conspire to kill Princess Adana in order to implicate Bob. So Bob wants to marry a princess in order to become king of that great kingdom. I will never let that happen. What should I do? I must do something to prevent him from becoming king. I will pay some bad boys to kidnap and kill the princess and accuse Bob. The next morning, as Bob and Princess were returning to the palace, Felix sent bad boys to kidnap Adana, and after they had kidnapped her, Felix instructed them to tie her up till he gives the directive to end her life. 3 days after they kidnapped Adana, Felix called those bad boys to kill Adana. Then Felix proceeded to Adana's kingdom and informed Adana's mother and the king's cabinets that he caught Bob red-handed when he killed Princess Adana in the bush. When those bad boys wanted to kill Princess Adana, they were extremely shocked by what Adana did. So Bob wanted to marry a princess in order to become king of that great kingdom. I will never allow that to happen. What should I do now to prevent him from becoming king? Felix, Bob's best friend, said, "Okay, I will pay some bad boys to kidnap and kill the princess, and I will forge a lie against him." A few hours later, Felix went to Bob's house to feign an apology in order to find out when Bob and Adana would be traveling. "What are you doing in my house?" Bob asked furiously. "Bob, I actually came to apologize. Please, I am very sorry for what happened recently. Please forgive me. I just remembered all of the wondrous roles you have played in my life thus far. And please, I have decided to accompany you to the village." Felix faked an apology. "It is okay, Felix. I have forgiven you. I do not hold any grudges against you, and you are more than a friend to me," Bob said. "Thank you very much. Princess, I sincerely apologize for the way I spoke to you." "It is fine, Mr. Felix," Adana replied. "So, Bob, when are we going?" Felix asked. "We will be traveling to Kasasa Kingdom first thing tomorrow," Bob replied. "Wow, I have heard a lot about the Kasasa Kingdom, and I cannot wait to visit for the first time," Felix said. "Trust me, you will enjoy the kingdom," Bob said. "I cannot wait. Please, I want to return to my shop," Felix said. "All right, Mr. Felix. Thank you very much for everything." Adana appreciated him. "Felix, I will call you tomorrow. Thank you very much," Bob said. 3 hours later, Felix met with 2 thugs that helped him with his dirty jobs, and he told them about Princess Adana and Bob. He eventually told them to kidnap Adana, tie her up, and wait for his directive to kill her, but not to harm Bob. The next morning, Felix arrived at Bob's house with his travel bag, which surprised Bob because he had not expected him. A few moments later, they got into the car, and on their way back to the palace, Felix faked a call. "Hello, Bola." "What? What happened? Which hospital? I will be there right away," Felix exclaimed. "What happened, Felix?" Bob asked. "Bob, there is a serious problem, man," Felix said. "Mr. Felix, what's going on?" Adana asked. "My neighbor just told me that my mother collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. Please, I need to get to the hospital right away. There is no one around to care for her," Felix replied. "Babe, please let us accompany him to the hospital," Adana said. "No, please, you guys should go ahead on your journey, but please give me your address so that I will come as soon as they discharge my mum from the hospital," Felix replied. "No, Felix, you are my best friend, and your mother is like a mother to me, so we must accompany you to the hospital," Bob insisted. "Thank you very much, Bob and Princess Adana, for your concern. However, I do not want to spoil your plans for today. Instead, please give me the palace's address, and I will come as soon as my mother recovers," Felix said. Following that, Bob and Adana gave Felix 500k to use to look after his mother. Then they proceeded on their journey. After they left, Felix called the thugs and told them to be on alert that Adana and Bob were on their way. He then went straight to his shop. So, when Bob and Adana drove for about 2 kilometers, they met a funny-looking checkpoint comprising 2 men not wearing police uniforms but holding sophisticated rifles. They approached the car, pointed their guns in their direction and said, "We are kidnappers. Respect yourself and come down." They then kidnapped Adana, but allowed Bob to go as instructed by Felix. Felix ordered them to tie her up and wait for his command to kill her. "Am I dreaming? Someone should wake me up from my sleep. Oh, I am finished. What would I tell the Queen and the people of Kasasa Kingdom?" Bob exclaimed. Bob rushed to the nearest police station and filed a report. He then drove home, saddened that he would not be able to return to Kasasa. The next day, Bob called Adana's mother and informed her about what had happened to Princess Adana. And as soon as the Queen heard that Adana had been kidnapped, she slumped, and the palace maids and maidens rushed her to the hospital. She eventually recovered, but she began crying non-stop. 3 days after they kidnapped Adana, Felix called the thugs on the phone and instructed them to kill Adana, and then he proceeded to Kasasa Kingdom to tarnish Bob's image. "Guy, what are we still waiting for? Let's go and kill that girl and leave here," one of the thugs said. "Okay, let's do it," one of the thugs said with a deep baritone voice. When they got to where they were hiding Princess Adana, one of them pulled out a sharp, small knife and was about to stab her. "Why do you want to kill me?" Adana asked. "Shh, keep quiet," the thug said with a baritone voice. "Please spare my life, and I will give you guys 10 million right away," Adana said. The knife fell from his hand unexpectedly as soon as he heard 10 million. "How will you give us the money?" they asked. "I am going to use your phone," Adana responded with a low, weak voice. "Casket, this girl is weak and hungry. Rush to that nearby eatery and get rice and chicken for her and return quickly," one of the thugs said. A moment later, Casket brought the food, which they handed over to Adana, and after she finished eating, she asked for their phone. "Are you sure you do not want to use it to contact the police?" they inquired. "I am not a child. I want to use it to log into my bank mobile app and transfer the money to you." "I want to get out of here," Adana said. "Casket, give her your phone and let her do whatever she wants with it." After Casket gave Adana his phone, she logged into her bank mobile app and transferred 10 million to them. When they received an alert for 10 million instantaneously, they were overjoyed and began hailing Adana. "Medellum? The Amdellum?" they both said in baritone voices. "Who sent you guys to kill me?" Adana asked. "Don't worry. Let's show you the way out," Casket replied. "I will give you guys another 5 million if you tell me who sent you to kill me," Adana said. "Casket, let's tell her now. Don't forget this is business," he said with his baritone voice. "Mdellum, are you sure you will not expose us?" Casket asked. "I don't have the slightest issue with you guys. I only want to know the person who is after my life," Adana responded. "Okay, take the phone and make the transfer first," Casket said. They gave her the phone, and she transferred 5 million to them before logging out of her mobile app. After Casket received the alert, he informed Adana that Felix was the one who sent them to kill her. She was so shocked to hear that. "But why did he send you to kill me?" Adana asked. "Medellum, we don't know. We only do our job. Let me show you the way out of here." "Before I go, do you have any evidence to show that Felix sent you?" Adana said. Casket brought out his phone and played the voice calls they had with Felix from the point he consulted them to the last call pretending his mother was in the hospital. "We are pure businessmen. We do keep evidence," Casket said in his baritone voice. Adana then pleaded to get the phone recordings from them, but they declined. "I will give you another 5 million if you give me," Adana said swiftly. They swiftly gave her the phone again to make the transfer. She transferred the 5 million, and they gave her the phone audio recordings. Eventually, Adana was set free, and when she left, they said, "Casket, we are not safe, and I do not trust that girl. Let us flee to Lagos or Port Harcourt with this money." "Guy, you are right, man. Let us relocate quickly." When Adana got to the major road, she took someone else's phone and called Bob. And when Bob heard Adana's voice, he almost went crazy. "Please tell me where you are. Are you all right? Please tell me where you are currently," Bob said anxiously. Adana told Bob where she was, and he drove as fast as he could to pick her up. On the way home, Adana told him everything, and Bob was stunned when he learned it was Felix who wanted to kill Adana. "Why would Felix want to kill you?" Bob asked, confused. "That is the same question I keep asking myself," Adana replied. "Babe, I am going to arrest him today and then sue him," Bob said angrily. "Babe, calm down. Have you suddenly forgotten that I am an international lawyer? Do not worry yourself. Leave everything to me, and I will prove to Felix that I am a lioness. He just stepped on a python's tail," Adana said. "I never knew Felix could do such evil to me," Bob muttered. "That is why you have to be careful how you trust your friends, because all that glitters is not gold." "You are absolutely correct. Please, I do not want Felix to know I am still alive. So when you get home, just carry our bags, and we will rush back to the palace before my mother dies as a result of me," Adana said. "The Queen was very worried and sad. Please let me call her and inform her that I have found you," Bob said. "No, do not call her. I want to surprise her," Adana said. "Okay, my princess, I have really missed you." "I miss you even more, my king." When those thugs entered a bus to travel out of the town, they called Felix and told him to send them their balance, that they had killed Adana. After that, Felix settled them and went to Kasasa Kingdom to inform the Queen that Bob had killed Adana. "Who are you?" the palace security asked. "Palace, my name is Felix, and I came to see the Queen for significant reasons," Felix said. "Wait, I am coming. Let me inform her." "Your Majesty, there is someone at the gate to see you," said the palace security. "I do not want to see anybody," the Queen responded with teary eyes. "Ma'am, the Queen said she does not want to see anyone," the palace security said. "Tell her I came to reveal something about Princess Adana to her," Felix replied. The security returned to the Queen, and as soon as she heard Princess Adana, she instructed the guard to let him in. "Greetings, Your Majesty," said Felix. "You are welcome. Are you from this kingdom?" the Queen asked. "I am not from this kingdom, Your Majesty," Felix replied. "So, what brings you to my palace?" the Queen asked. When Felix was about to respond to the Queen, Onowu, the Prime Minister, and the King's cabinets arrived at the palace to discuss Princess Adana's kidnapping case. "Greetings, Your Majesty," they greeted. "Oh, thank God you all arrived at the right time. Let us listen to what this man has to say about Princess Adana." "Mr. Man, please continue," the Queen said. "My name is Felix. I am Bob's best friend. I came in respect of what happened to Bob's fiancé, the princess of this kingdom," Felix said. "Please speak quickly. We are eager to hear from you." "I caught Bob red-handed when he killed Princess Adana in a bush, but I could not confront him or shout right away because he was with two bad boys," Felix said. The Queen and some of the King's cabinet members believed Felix because they assumed Bob had killed Adana because of the mysterious goddess. "Bob had the guts to kill my only hope. Bob and I swear with my late husband's grave that I will deal with him and leave no stone unturned until he is hanged," the Queen exclaimed. "Your Majesty, I still find it extremely difficult to believe that Bob killed the princess," Onowu said. "Young man, are you sure of what you just said?" one of the King's cabinets asked. Bob and Princess drove into the palace, and when they came down, Bob glanced at Felix's car. "My princess, this is Felix's car," Bob said. "I do not believe it, but let us go inside anyway," Princess Adana responded as they walked inside the palace. "Sir, I swear with my life that I mean what I just said. Bob is my best friend. I cannot forge such a lie against him," Felix said. Bob and the princess entered unexpectedly. "Who did you just call your best friend? What are you doing in my father's palace?" Princess Adana asked. Felix stammered. The Queen rushed over and hugged her daughter, Princess Adana. "Felix, what?" Bob asked. "What's going on here?" Onowu, the Prime Minister, asked, confused. "Onowu, please ask this man standing here what he did to me," Princess Adana said. "Mr. Man, what did you do to the Princess of Kasasa Kingdom?" Onowu asked. "I did nothing," Felix lied, and Adana slapped him furiously. "Tell my people what you did to me, or I will order guards to slaughter you here and nothing will happen," Adana said. Felix could not utter a word. "Mr. Man, can you speak now?" Onowu commanded. Sorry, my princess." "It was the devil's handiwork," Felix replied. "What did you do to my daughter?" the Queen asked. Felix could not respond to the Queen because he was staring at them with fear. "Well, since he does not have a mouth to talk, let me help him out," Bob said. "No, my king, I will speak because I was the victim," Adana said. "We are all ears, my princess," Onowu, the Prime Minister, said. Princess Adana narrated everything to them, and they were extremely angry. Thereafter, the Queen also explained the lies he forged against Bob. "How could you be so wicked and heartless?" one of the King's cabinets asked. "Bob, forgive me. I am sorry. It was out of envy and jealousy. I never wanted you to be greater than I. That is why I kept praying for your downfall. And that is also why I took you to that river to see the goddess. I wanted the goddess to ruin your life," Felix murmured. Felix, despite everything I did for you, I gave you 80% of the money you used to buy your house. I opened a profitable business for you, but you had the audacity to pray for my downfall and conspire to ruin my life. Felix, it will never be well with you. My God will judge you for ruining my life. I cannot believe you are responsible for the circumstances I am currently facing. Felix, you are wicked, and you will reap this evil that you have sown very soon." Bob cried uncontrollably, and Princess Adana took him away. Thereafter, Onowu summoned the youth president and the youths of the Kasasa kingdom to the palace. When they arrived, Onowu informed them of Felix's offense and ordered the youths to burn him alive. So the youths took Felix away, beat him pitilessly, put tires on his neck, poured petrol all over his body, and just as they were about to set a fire on his body, Bob, Adana, the Queen, Onowu, and the King's cabinets arrived, and Bob hastily rushed out of the car and screamed, "No! Stop! Why did you prevent the youths from burning this wicked man alive?" Onowu asked. "My Queen Onowu, great people of Kasasa Kingdom, there are times in life when God would test us by putting our enemies helplessly in our palms to see what we would do to them, just as he did to David in the Bible when King Saul and his armies were pursuing to kill David and his men. God put King Saul in David's power, and David had the chance to kill King Saul, but he did not kill him. So God has already exposed and disgraced Felix. Please do not kill him, and he will be the one to lead us to the goddess's village, but he will never go unpunished. After returning from the village, we will hand him over to the police, and he will remain in police custody until I marry Princess Adana and become the king of this kingdom," Bob said. "I disagree with you, Bob. This boy is very wicked, so the youths of this kingdom must either stone him to death or burn him alive," the Queen replied. "With due respect, my Queen, Bob here is our next king. He is the heir to the throne of Kasasa Kingdom. He is like a prince. Therefore, whatever he says or decides, the people of Kasasa Kingdom will stand by his decisions because he has been chosen by the gods of our land to rule this kingdom," Onowu replied. "Well, you are the Onowu, Prime Minister of this kingdom, and you know what is best for our kingdom," the Queen replied. And Felix was ultimately set free. They went to the mysterious goddess's village 2 days later, and when they arrived at the king's palace, Onowu explained the circumstances that Bob and Princess Adana were facing as a result of the mysterious goddess. The king and the elders of the village apologized to Bob and Adana for what they had been through. Following that, they requested sacrificial items such as cows and goats, among other things. "Please, can we get all of these sacrificial items from this village?" Onowu asked. "Yes," one of the elders replied. "Please, we are ready to buy them right away because we want to finish everything today," Onowu said. Thereafter, they went and bought all the sacrificial items. At midnight, Bob, Adana, Onowu, and the king's cabinets went to the river where the mysterious goddess lived, along with the village's chief priest and some elders of the village, to perform the sacrifice. When they arrived at the river, the chief priest instructed Bob and Adana to step into it, and they did so in fear. Thereafter, the chief priest performed some rituals and sacrifices. After they were done with the sacrifice, they went to the king's palace and slept there. The next morning, they returned to their kingdom, and as soon as they arrived, Bob called the police and arrested Felix, as he had said. A few days after returning from the village, Bob paid Adana's bride price, and they set a date for their wedding. After Bob and Adana successfully married, they decided to make love for the first time at night. They then slept off, and as soon as they awoke, the mysterious goddess appeared to both of them in their dreams. "How dare you sleep with my husband?" the mysterious goddess asked. Please, Ma, do not kill me. I am very sorry. But it will never happen again, Adana begged. It is too late, the goddess responded by blowing mysterious power into Adana's eyes. And you, despite all my warnings, you had the temerity to sleep with her, the goddess said. Leave me alone. She is my wife, and I can do whatever I desire with her, Bob responded. The goddess became extremely angry with Bob and slapped him in his private parts before disappearing. When Adana awoke, she could not see anything because their room was very dark. Babe, babe, she tapped Bob. Good morning, my princess, Bob greeted. Morning, my king. Please turn on the lights because the room is extremely dark, Adana murmured. My princess? This room is extremely bright. I cannot see you or anything else because it is so dark here, Princess Adana murmured. What are you saying, my princess? I said I cannot see you or anything in this room, Adana replied. My princess, please, I am coming. I want to ease myself, Bob said. Bob hurriedly went to the restroom, and when he wanted to urinate, he discovered that his manhood was missing. He screamed and ran to Adana's room. Babe, where are you? And why were you yelling? Adana asked. My princess, the goddess has done her worst. My manhood is missing, Bob screamed. What? I saw her in my dream, and she was very angry with me for sleeping with you, so she blew a substance into my eyes, Adana said. I also saw her. Does it mean I am blind, Mummy? Adana screamed. The queen dashed to her room, and when she arrived, Bob and Adana told her about their horrific nightmares. The queen began to cry and summoned Onowu, the king's cabinet, and the chief priest of the kingdom. A few moments later, they all arrived at the palace. Eyes of the gods, what is going on with our princess and the heir to the throne of Kasasa Kingdom? Onowu asked. After performing an incantation, the chief priest discovered Bob and Adana's problems. The goddess is still Bob's spiritual wife, and Bob is still wearing her wedding ring, as she is wearing his. The goddess struck the princess blind after seeing Bob's nakedness. Izemwo, what about the sacrifices we performed in the goddess's village? Onowu asked. The goddess's love for Bob goes far beyond the sacrifices, the chief priest said. So what do we do at this point? One of the king's cabinets asked. The gods have not revealed the solution to their problems, the chief priest replied. Esemo, that is what you have always said, and we are Tired, Onowu said. Della decided to visit Adana's kingdom 2 days after hearing the shocking news about Bob and Adana. When she arrived at the kingdom, Bob and Adana explained everything to her, and she was very touched. Please be prepared because we are going to the Amala kingdom together. After that, Della took them to her kingdom, and when they arrived, Della took them to a church and said, Princess Adana and Bob, I would like us to stay in this church for 7 days to pray and fast, because fasting and prayer has the power to break every chain and satanic covenant. So Bob, Adana and Della began fasting and praying. They fasted and prayed for 7 good days, but nothing changed. Their situations remained the same. Bob and Adana were almost losing hope, but Della kept encouraging them to have faith in God. After 2 days of fasting, Bob and Adana were about to travel to Kasasa the next day. At night, Bob slept and had a strange dream. In that dream, Bob was living under the same roof as Loveline, the goddess's incarnate, and Bob was in the living room watching football, so Loveline brought out all of her belongings. Babe, where are you going with your property? Bob asked. Bob, I am fed up with this marriage. I just suddenly lost all of my feelings and love for you. I do not love you or have even the slightest feeling for you. Here is the wedding ring. May I have mine? Are you serious, Loveline? Bob asked. Bob, give me my wedding ring. I want to leave. Your face disgusts me, Loveline said. Very well then. Take your ring and try to inform your family about the refund of your bride price, Bob said. I will refund it today, because I do not want to see you again after today, Loveline said. After that, Loveline refunded the bride price, and before she left, she warned Bob not to step foot in her kingdom. After she left, Bob drove out, and before Bob returned to the house, fire burnt down the entire house. He did not care about the house at all. He just got into his car and drove away, and as soon as he did, he awoke from his sleep. My princess, wake up. Bob tapped Adana, and when Adana woke up, her eyes were restored. I can see, my king. I can see you. My princess, are you serious? Bob asked. You are wearing a blue shirt, and the room is painted pink, Adana said. Wait, I want to confirm something very significant, Bob said. Bob checked his trousers and discovered that his manhood had been restored. They were overjoyed. Thereafter, Della, Prince Obi, Prince Dan, and Obi's parents, the king and queen of Amala Kingdom, came out and rejoiced with them, after which Bob told them the dream. It is over between you and the goddess. The dream indicated that she has permanently left you. The king of Amala's kingdom said, What God cannot do does not exist, Della said. A few days after Bob and Adana returned from Amala Kingdom, they crowned Bob and Adana as king and queen of Kasasa Kingdom. 3 days later, Bob released Felix from police custody and gave him 1 million to put into his business. Thank you very much, my king. You have a heart of gold. I never expected anything good from you because of the tragedies I caused you. You are a good man, and may you live a long life, my king, Felix said. It is okay, Felix. It is not good to repay evil with evil, so I sincerely forgive you and hold no grudge against you. You are always welcome in my palace at any time, Bob said. A month later, Prince Obi and Princess Della performed their traditional marriage. On their wedding day, Prince Dan arrived with his fiancée Loveline to greet Bob and Adana. Your Majesties, please meet my fiancée Loveline, Prince Dan said. Your what? Adana and Bob asked simultaneously. My fiancé, is there a problem? Dan asked, confused. Bob and Adana took him out of Loveline's presence. What is going on? Loveline asked, very confused. Why were they acting strangely when he introduced me to them? My prince. That girl is the goddess incarnate. She has appeared to me numerous times, so please get rid of her immediately, Bob said. How? I don't understand. Loveline is a goddess. She has haunted Bob and me in our dreams as well as in reality, Adana replied. This is unbelievable. I do not think she is the one because this is her first time in Nigeria. Excuse me, let me call her because we need to resolve this mysterious case here, Dan responded while going to call Loveline. A moment later, Loveline arrived. Loveline, please be sincere. Do you know the king and queen of the Kasasa Kingdom? Dan asked. Certainly not. This is my first time seeing them, Loveline replied. Loveline, why are you such a pretty liar? Have you forgotten the first time I met you at a restaurant? Bob asked. Meet who, Your Majesty? This is my first time in Nigeria, Loveline replied. She is lying. Let me explain how I met her. Flashback. A year ago, Bob and his friends were drinking and eating at a restaurant when Loveline walked in and ordered food and drinks for herself, and Bob could not stop staring at her. Bob! 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 Rex, Bob's friend, called. Bob, are you all right? Felix asked. Yes, I am okay, Bob replied. Bob, you've been staring at that girl since she came here. I hope it's not what I'm thinking, Rex said. Guys, that girl just grabbed my attention, and she completely captured my heart. Guys, I am coming, and I want to meet that girl, Bob said. He left their table. Oh my God, the girl is damn cute, Felix said. I swear, she is even more beautiful than Della, his late fiancé, Rex replied. When Bob got to the girl's table, he said, Hi, pretty. Good day, sir, Loveline greeted. Good day. May I join you if you do not mind? Pretty sure. Please sit, she replied. Thank you very much. You're welcome. So, what's your name? She asked. My name is Bob. What about you? I am Loveline. Wow, what an angelic name. Loveline, I must admit that you are as pretty as a speckled pup, and your cuteness is beyond comparison. I have seen many girls, but I have never seen a girl as beautiful and adorable as you are, Bob said. Oh, thank you. You are also very handsome. Thank you, Loveline. Do you live in this town? No, I live in Texas, USA, but I am from this state. I just came here for a very important project, she responded. Wow, that is amazing. So how long do you intend to stay in Nigeria? Just a week, and I believe I will have completed my missions and returned abroad, she replied. End of flashback. That is how I met and fell in love with her, Bob said. Your Majesty, that must be a dream because Loveline has never been to Nigeria before, despite the fact that her parents are from Nigeria. She was born and raised in the United Kingdom, where I met her, and she came to Nigeria as a result of my brother's marriage, Prince Dan responded. This is quite unbelievable, Adana muttered. Prince Dan, you must summon the chief priest after this occasion to confirm whether she is a goddess or a human, as I still find it extremely difficult to believe that she is a human. Please, I do not want you to go through what my wife and I went through at the hands of that mysterious goddess, Bob said. Your Majesty, I will do exactly as you have said, Dan replied. Dan summoned the chief priest 3 days after the successful wedding. Eyes of the gods, the king and queen of Kasasa Kingdom, told me that my fiancé here is the mysterious goddess who has haunted them. So please confirm whether what they said about her is true or not, Dan said. The chief priest then recited an incantation and said, She is not a goddess. However, the goddess used her face and name to torment the king and queen of the Kasasa Kingdom, so she is human. Oh, thank God, Dan said. A week after Della's wedding, Adana's kingdom gifted her a mansion in their kingdom, and the street where the house was located was named Princess Della Street. 2 weeks after Princess Della and Prince Obi's wedding, Della had mysterious dreams in which Bob's best friend Felix was about to take Bob and Adana's photo to a deadly shrine to kill them, but he had a terrible accident and died instantly. After Felix died, Della received awards of excellence and humanitarian service, and Dan married Loveline the same month Della received her awards. When Loveline was pregnant for Prince Dan, the mysterious goddess and the ancestors invaded. At the end of the dreams, Princess Della and Queen Adana had twins in the same week but on different days. By the time Princess Della awoke in great fear and confusion about the different dreams she had in one same night, she tapped her husband, Prince Obi. My prince, Della called. What is wrong, my princess? Are you all right, Obi asked. I had strange dreams and I have no idea what they meant, she replied. What were the dreams about? Della then explained the dreams to him. My princess, the dreams are strange and complicated. We will consult Izimuo as soon as the sun rises to explain what the dreams mean. No, my love, do not consult Izimuo instead. I will tell my pastor about the dreams and he will interpret them for us, Della responded. Okay, my princess, but please let me know when you plan to go there so I can accompany you, Prince Obi said. As soon as it was daybreak, Della and Prince Obi went to the pastor's house and told him about the dreams, to which the pastor said, "The dreams signify that Felix would attempt or conspire to kill Bob and Adana, but he would not succeed, so Bob and Adana should be extremely careful with Felix because Felix's heart is full of evil." The second dream predicts that after Loveline becomes pregnant with Prince Dan, there will be serious battles between the mysterious goddess, the ancestors, and the royal household. The last dream means that Amala and Kansasa kingdoms would eventually experience peace, great joy, and happiness. This is serious. But man of God, what should we do to avert these wars? Prince Obi asked. My prince, there is nothing that can be done to impede the wars because these wars would break many ancestral covenants made by our forefathers many years ago, which are affecting the lives of many innocent people in this kingdom. All you people need are prayers and God's grace to surmount these mysterious battles that have been programmed ahead of the entire royal household. My prince and princess, I sense serious wars and turbulence in the palace, and it will only take God's grace to overcome them, the pastor said. The pastor then prayed for them, and they left in great confusion. 2 days later, Adana's mother traveled abroad, and Princess Della visited Adana's kingdom to see King Bob and Queen Adana, in order to disclose the dream to them. After she told them about the dream, Bob said, "Thank you very much, my princess, but I do not think Felix can do such a thing to me and my wife after what he went through as a result of his evil deeds and having a second chance to live. You are correct, my king, and I believe it is just a dream, because Felix has completely changed, and I do not believe he can do anything evil at this point," Adana responded. "Okay, but you all need to be very careful with him," Della responded and left the palace. A week later, Felix bought Bob and Adana a brand new expensive car worth millions in order to win their hearts and build a close relationship with them. Bob and Adana were amazed and gladly accepted the car. Bob and Adana had a brief discussion about Felix that night. "My love, I propose that we relocate Felix to this kingdom in order to provide him with greater opportunities in this kingdom. What are your thoughts?" Bob asked. That is a good idea, but if you look at the car he bought us, you will realize that his business is progressing drastically in his town," Adana said. "I can tell you that Felix loaned the money he used to buy us that car. How much money does he put into the business to give him such a large sum of money to purchase that luxurious car?" "I just desire to help him," Bob said. "Okay, summon him and ask him a few questions about his business. From there, we will know what to do for him," Adana replied. "That is an amazing idea. My queen, please. Let us sleep, it is already late." A few days later, Bob summoned Felix, and when he arrived at the palace, they began to question him about his business. "Felix, what are your current business ventures?" Bob asked. "I sell electrical appliances and also run a mini boutique," he responded. "Wow, I am impressed. How are your businesses faring?" Adana asked. "They are manageable," Felix responded. "Please do not take this personally. Did you buy us the car with the money you earned from your businesses?" Bob asked. "No, I loaned the money to buy the car. I simply want to use it to express my gratitude to you and your wife for all of the wondrous things you people have done for me, despite my evil deeds, and especially for sparing my life," Felix replied. "Wow, Felix, you are an amazing friend," said Adana. "My queen, you see what I said?" "Felix, you mean he went to such lengths to buy us such an expensive car?" Bob asked. "Yes, my king, you and the queen deserve it," Felix responded. "Wow, you just surprised me beyond my expectations, and I will reward you greatly for what you did," Bob responded, and while they were conversing, the palace maiden walked in and told them that their lunch was ready, so they went to the dining table with Felix and ate together. A few days later, Bob and Adana relocated Felix to their kingdom and appointed him as the managing director of one of their top companies in town, and Bob and Felix reconciled. A month later, the chief priest of the mysterious goddess village visited Loveline's parents and announced. Loveline's parents were in the sitting room watching TV when the chief priest appeared from behind them. "Granddaughter of Ikem Funa," the chief priest called. "Who are you?" they asked with great fear. Fear not, I came in peace. I am the chief priest of Ikala Kingdom. What is your mission here? Loveline's father asked. I came as a result of the covenant your grandmother made with the goddess of Ikala's river 50 years ago, the chief priest replied. What covenant are you talking about? They asked. 50 years ago, your mother was desperate to have a child, and she had been married for 25 years without having a child, and her family and husband's family despised her bitterly. One morning, your father called your mother. Flashback. Ma. Kioma, it has been exactly 25 years since I married you, and you have not given me a single child. My family and yours had advised me to send you away, but I refused because I love you. I called you to tell you that I am sick and tired of not having children. So, if you are not pregnant after 3 months, I will send you to your father's house and marry another woman, Loveline's grandfather stated, and then walked away. Loveline's grandmother began crying heavily after he left, and she was on her way to her friend's house to seek a solution to her problems when she met this strange woman named Mama Ngozi. The strange woman saw how she was weeping on the road, so she asked her why she was crying. I do not know you. So who are you? Loveline's granny asked. My name is Mama Ngozi, and I am from Ikala village. I came here to get some herbs for my sick husband. Please, my daughter, tell me what is wrong with you. Loveline's grandmother realized Mama Ngozi was a responsible and good woman, so she told her everything she had gone through, and the woman told her to follow her to her kingdom, which she did. When they arrived in the Ikala kingdom, Mama Ngozi told Loveline's granny that she would take her to the Ikala river to meet a goddess in order for her to have a child, and she agreed without hesitation due to her desire to have a child. A moment later, they arrived at the river with sacrificial items, and the mysterious goddess appeared and told her, I will give you a female child, but your first granddaughter will be my daughter, and I will come and take her to my kingdom when she is exactly 25 years old. But if she becomes pregnant for any man, the consequences will be mysterious. So when her mother grows up, caution her never to allow her first daughter to become pregnant for any man, because she belongs to my kingdom. Thank you, Ezi Nweni Queen Mother. I will do as you say, Loveline's grandma said. She then made a covenant with the mysterious goddess. She got pregnant 7 days later, and her pregnancy became the talk of the town. 9 months later, she gave birth to Loveline's mother. Loveline's grandmother kept the secrets from everyone, including her husband and parents. 24 years later, Loveline's mother got married and gave birth to Loveline a year after her wedding. End of flashback. That is how it began. So I came to inform you that by this time next year, the goddess of the Ikala kingdom will come to take Loveline, her daughter, home, the chief priest said. God forbid. Not my only daughter. Whatever covenant my mother-in-law made with the goddess has nothing to do with my only child, Loveline's father said. I am leaving. I have delivered my message, the chief priest replied, before disappearing. Loveline's mother broke down in tears after the chief priest vanished. Honey, why are you crying? Are you all right? Loveline's father asked. I suddenly remembered what my mother revealed to me after I gave birth to Loveline, and before she died, Loveline's mum murmured. What did she reveal? Loveline's dad asked. A week after I gave birth to Loveline, my mother told me how she got me, as well as the covenant she made with the goddess. And when she was about to die 14 years ago, Loveline was 10 years old. She told me to have another child. 14 years ago. My daughter, please try to have another child as soon as possible because Loveline only has 15 years left in this world, Loveline's grandmother said. How do you mean, Mama? I do not understand what you are saying, she asked confusingly. Loveline is not your daughter. She is a princess of the Ikala River, and her mother will come and take her as soon as she turns 25 years old. Please, my daughter, do everything you can to keep her from getting pregnant for any man, because the consequences will be disastrous if she does. Loveline's grandmother responded and passed away. Mama, I still do not understand what you are saying. What business does my daughter have with the goddess? Loveline's mother asked, but she did not respond. You are not saying anything, Mama. I am talking to you, Mama. 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 Please wake up, Mama, Mama. Somebody help, she screamed. A few months later, her mother was buried, and she did not bother about what her mother told her, and she did not disclose it to anyone, not even her husband. Instead, she relocated abroad with Loveline, so that the goddess would not have access to her daughter. After spending many years abroad, she forgot everything her mother told her, and they returned to Nigeria after nearly 14 years away. So, after she revealed everything about her mother to her husband, he became very angry with her for keeping such a deep secret from him. A week later, Bob and Felix traveled for a 3-day business trip, and when they returned, Queen Adana prepared a delicious meal for them. After she finished preparing the meal, she went to shower and instructed their maidens to serve Bob and Felix. While they were eating, Bob had a very important call from a governor, so he decided to pick up the call, but he could not hear the governor clearly due to bad network, so he had to move from the dining table to the sitting room. Shortly after Bob moved to the sitting room, Felix brought out poison and added it to Bob's food and drinking water. 5 minutes later, Bob returned to the dining table to finish his meal, and when he attempted to eat the poisonous food, Felix and Bob were shocked by what happened.
Please tell me, are you enjoying the story? If so, tell me, what lessons have you actually learned? I would really love to hear your comments in the comment section down below. And remember to support this channel. Please subscribe, like the video, comment, just say something. Even a word could literally mean a whole lot. So I want you to tell me, what lessons have you learned from this story? Trust me, these are situations that most people actually gone through. I'm sure some of you that are watching this story have actually gone through this situation. So I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you dealt with the situation that you were faced with.
After Felix added the deadly poison into Bob's food and drinking water, Bob returned to the dining table to finish his meal. But when he attempted to eat the poisonous food, a dead, stinky rat fell from nowhere and landed in Bob's food. The dining table began to smell, so they rushed out, and all of the food on the table was condemned, which enraged Felix. Loveline's mother persuaded her husband to accompany her to a shrine to discuss what the chief priest from the mysterious goddess's village had said about their only daughter Loveline. When they arrived, they explained everything to the chief priest, including how their daughter had only 12 months to live in the world. Granddaughter of Ikemefuna, you have come to the right place. I have the power and might to make the goddess forget about your daughter forever, if only you can provide the sacrifice the gods require, said the chief priest. Ezemuo, we are willing to make any sacrifice for our daughter's sake, Loveline's dad said. Kindly let us know what is required for the sacrifice, Ezemuo, and we will gladly provide it, said Loveline's mother. For the sacrifice, the gods asked for a 10-year-old girl, Ezemuo stated. Why, Ezemuo, would the gods require human beings as sacrifices rather than animals or other offerings? Loveline's dad asked curiously. Your daughter would be replaced by that 10-year-old girl, said the chief priest. All right, if the goddess would permanently leave my daughter, we would bring a 10-year-old girl, said Loveline's father. The 10-year-old girl must be brought for the sacrifice within 3 days, the chief priest said. On their way back home, Loveline's mum asked, Where would we get this 10-year-old girl, honey? Don't let that bother you. I will leave no stone unturned until I get the 10-year-old girl, Loveline's dad said. Loveline's father sent some bad boys to kidnap a 10-year-old girl, and they eventually abducted a poor, miserable orphan who was begging on the street with her old, poor, blind grandmother. They kidnapped the little girl, leaving the old blind woman, who sadly cursed those boys, saying, Whatever you people want to do with my poor granddaughter, it shall never work. Loveline's parents took the poor orphan to the deadly shrine the next morning, and as soon as the chief priest saw her, he said, This is a great sacrifice. When they handed over the poor girl to the chief priest, he said, It is finished, so you can go. Loveline's parents departed from the shrine with joy. At midnight, the chief priest tied the poor girl's eyes, legs, and hands and took her to where he wanted to kill her and use her as a sacrifice. As he was about to kill the poor girl, suddenly the girl turned into the mysterious goddess, and the chief priest wanted to run, but the mysterious goddess held him spiritually and said in a mysterious voice, "This should be the first and last time you cross my boundary, and if you do so again, I will not spare your life." The next morning, Loveline's parents were having breakfast on the dining table when the poor girl appeared in front of them. "Jesus!" they screamed simultaneously. They pleaded, "Please do not kill us! Please do not kill us!" "I did not come to kill you. I came for business," the poor girl spoke in the voice of the mysterious goddess. "What kind of business are you talking about, please?" Loveline's father responded. "Since you succeeded in killing me, you must care for my grandmother until she dies, which you can do by transferring 20 million naira to this account number," the poor girl said. "Please, we do not have that much money. We only have 5 million naira," Loveline's mother said. "Will you send the 20 million naira or not?" The little girl said this angrily as she walked up to them. "Okay, I will send it," he said. Thereafter, he transferred the money to the account number, and immediately after he sent it, she disappeared. A moment later, a strange lady went to the unfinished building where the kidnapper had tied the poor girl up. "How did you get here, pretty girl?" she asked. "I was kidnapped," the poor girl responded. "Oh my goodness. I heard your voice and decided to come and help you," the strange lady said. "Thank you, Auntie, and God bless you," the poor girl said. The strange lady then took her to her grandmother's hut. "Is this where you live?" the strange lady asked. "Yes, Auntie, I do not have anyone other than my blind grandmother," she replied. The strange lady went to get them food. "My daughter, how did you get away from the people who took you away?" Grandma asked. "Grandma, I am not sure what happened, but I noticed something strange when a husband and wife came to carry where I was staying," she said. "What happened?" "Grandma, I fell asleep as soon as they arrived to carry me, and when I awoke, I did not see anyone until this morning, when the auntie arrived to save me. My daughter is the handiwork of God." A moment later, the strange lady arrived and said, "Mama, little angel, I want to relocate you people to a better place, and I will take good care of you." "Who are you, please?" Grandma asked. "I am from this town, but I live in the United States. I only came to Nigeria 2 days ago, and all I want is to help you and your granddaughter," the strange lady said. She persuaded them to follow her, and they eventually decided to follow her. She took them to a very beautiful house that she bought for them with a whole lot of foodstuffs inside, and then she took the blind woman to a hospital where she eventually recovered her sight. After that, she established a profitable business for the woman and enrolled the little girl in a prestigious school. When she was about to leave, she said, "My angel, my mother sent me to help you and change your life. I have completed all of her instructions, so I must leave now." As she was about to leave, the little girl held her hand and asked, "Auntie, can you tell me who your mother is?" "My mother is the Queen of Queens in her kingdom," she responded, and then left them. The following morning, Loveline's parents went to the shrine and asked the chief priest if their sacrifices were accepted and why the little girl appeared to them. The chief priest explained that the little girl appeared to show them that their sacrifice had been fully accepted and that their request had also been granted. They left the shrine cheerfully and kept the secret from Loveline. Felix went to a spiritualist's place with Adana and Bob's picture after attempting to kill King Bob several times, but failing. "What do you want me to do for you?" the spiritualist asked. "My lord, I want this lady to hate her husband with a passion and turn him into a slave and make her husband do whatever she asks him to do without hesitation," Felix said. The spiritualist pulled out a mysterious bottle. "Young man, take this bottle. Wake up at midnight and call their names 3 times, commanding them to do whatever you want them to do, and then hide the bottle where no woman or man can see or touch it. Because if they do, these people will be set free, and you will be prepared to face the consequences," the spiritualist said. "Thank you, my lord. I will do exactly as you say," Felix replied, and then left. A few hours later, he went to the palace and said, "Do whatever you want with your wife today, my king, because nobody knows what will happen tomorrow." "Felix, you sound strange. What exactly are you talking about?" King Bob asked confusingly. "Your Majesty, please do not be perplexed. It's a saying my father always said while we were growing up. He says it to emphasize that today is a gift, and we should always take advantage of it to the fullest. You are aware that a lot is going on in the world today, which is why I advised you to eat, drink and enjoy with your wife while you are still alive, because no one knows what will happen tomorrow," Felix responded, trying to be humorous. "Oh, I understand where you are driving to. You are correct, but one thing is certain. My wife and I will happily live until we are old and join our ancestors." Felix gave a fake smile and said, "So it shall be." Felix awoke at midnight and took up the mysterious bottle that the spiritualist gave him. He called Adana and Bob's names 3 times and said, "Adana, I command you to hate your husband as your worst enemy and turn him into a slave, as well as to do whatever I ask. Bob, I command you to be your wife's slave and do whatever she asks without hesitation." Felix then hid the bottle in his room where no one could see it. A few hours later, Adana woke up from sleep, and when she saw Bob on the same bed with her, she tapped him angrily. When Bob woke up, Adana said, "Bob, are you mad? What gave you the audacity to sleep in the same bed with me?" "My queen, I do not get it, but this is our matrimonial bed," Bob replied. "You must be very stupid. My friend, go to the kitchen and prepare my breakfast. I want it ready in the next 30 minutes, Queen Adana commanded. "Okay, my queen," King Bob responded, and rushed to the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast for his wife. When the palace chef saw him trying to cook, she said, "Please, Your Majesty, it is not appropriate for a great king like you to cook. Instead, simply tell me what you want to eat this morning, and I will prepare it for you." "Do not worry. I intend to make breakfast for my wife this morning," Bob replied. "Oh, that is fantastic and outstanding. But can I assist you?" the chef asked. "Not at all, I am okay," he replied. The chef left the kitchen, thinking that Queen Adana was probably pregnant, which is why the king happily prepared breakfast for her. A few moments later, King Bob finished preparing the breakfast and placed it on the dining table, before going to Queen Adana's room to inform her that it was ready. "Your Majesty, your breakfast is ready," he said. "Where?" Adana asked. "At the dining table," he replied. "Did I mention I want to eat it at the dining table? Will you run and bring me my breakfast?" Bob dashed to the dining table and brought the food as Adana ordered. "What is the meaning of this nonsense you prepared for me?" Adana asked angrily. "I am sorry, Your Majesty, but this is your favorite breakfast," Bob responded. "Did I tell you I want to eat it this morning?" she asked. "I am sorry, Your Majesty, but you could have told me what you wanted to eat. Why did you not ask me before you prepared this rubbish? Get this thing out of my sight before I pour it on your body right now," Adana shouted at him. "Okay, so what do you want me to prepare for you again?" Bob asked. "Are you deaf? I told you to leave my presence, and you are still here asking me stupid questions," Adana said. "I heard you clearly, Your Majesty, but I would like to know what you want me to prepare for you this morning." Adana became angry and poured the hot food on King Bob. "Your Majesty, why did you pour me this hot food?" Bob asked with teary eyes. "Bob, are you mad? How dare you ask me such a stupid question?" Adana asked angrily. "I am sorry, Your Majesty," Bob apologized. "My friend, pack these things and leave my presence," Adana commanded. "Okay, Your Majesty," he responded, and as he was about to leave, Adana called him again. "Hey, Mr. Man! Come back here! Keep those plates on that table. Take off this bedspread and duvet, and pack my dirty clothes to wash right now." "Okay, Your Majesty, but should I wash them in a washing machine?" Bob asked. "Use your hands to wash them," Adana replied. Bob packed the clothes outside, and when their servants saw him, they dashed to him to take the clothes, but he stopped them. They began to wonder what had happened to the king. Felix arrived at the palace a few moments later to see if his charm was working, and he was surprised to see Bob washing clothes with his hands. "My king, what is going on? Why are you washing clothes when you have so many servants in your palace?" Felix asked faintly. "I just want to do it. What I am doing is called exercise, so I am exercising my body," he replied. "That is really good," Felix responded, and went into Adana's room. "My queen, how are you?" Felix asked. "Mr. Felix, I am fine. How about you and your family?" "We are fine. I saw your husband doing a great job outside," Felix said. "Yes, I actually gave him the work. He is just too lazy for my liking, so he has to work," Adana said. "Wow, I am so proud of you, my queen. But there is something I would like to tell you," Felix said. "What is that, please?" "Since the king is lazy, why not turn him into your slave and have him wash your clothes, cook your food, clean your room, and so on?" Felix suggested. "That is a great idea, but he has already started," Adana responded. And as they were conversing, Bob walked in. "Your Majesty, I have finished washing the clothes," Bob said. "Good, Bob. From now on, you will wash my clothes, clean my room, cook for me, and drive me wherever I want to go, is that clear?" Adana asked. "Your Majesty, I heard you well and clearly," he replied. "Now go make rice and stew for me and your friend Felix," Adana said. "All right, my queen." Adana then summoned all of their guards and maidens and said, "From now on, none of you should wash our clothes, clean our rooms, or cook our meals. The king will do it all. With all due respect, Your Majesty, it is extremely inappropriate for the king of this great kingdom to wash clothes, cook, and even clean his rooms," the chief guard said. "Eboob, are you mad?" King Bob asked the chief guard. "Please, my king, I apologize if I offended you, but what the queen said was completely inappropriate," the chief guard said. "Eboob, what is your problem with what he said? Am I complaining?" King Bob asked angrily. "Please forgive me, my king and queen," Eboob said. "Please, my queen, go ahead," Bob said. "That is all I have to say, my king," Adana responded. One day, King Bob was having a serious meeting with the Nowu, the Prime Minister, and members of his cabinet in the palace. While the meeting was going on, Queen Adana walked in and greeted Onowu and the cabinet members politely. "Bob, why did you not wash the dirty clothes I told you to wash? And why is my breakfast not ready?" Queen Adana asked angrily in front of those cabinet members. "Your Majesty, do you realize you are speaking with the king of this great kingdom?" Onowu asked curiously. "Onowu, Bob is the king to the people of this kingdom, but not to me. He is my slave, and he is aware," Queen Adana replied. "My king, what is going on?" they asked desperately. "Well, she is right. My queen, I apologize for not being able to wash those clothes and prepare your breakfast. The reason is that I am attending an urgent meeting. I will do so as soon as I finish the meeting." King Bob apologized. Adana went inside, soaked the clothes in detergent, and brought them to Bob to wash while he was with his cabinet members. King Bob innocently collected the clothes and began washing them. "Please let us continue with the meeting," King Bob said. "Your Majesty," they screamed. "What sort of disgrace and embarrassment is this?" Onowu asked. "What are you all talking about?" "I am enjoying what I am doing," King Bob said. "Your Majesty, if you do not stop embarrassing the throne of Kansas, a kingdom, you will be dethroned. Please let us go," Onowu said, and they stormed out in anger. Felix went to the palace one day and told Queen Adana that she should kill her husband, King Bob, and Adana agreed. "Mr. Felix, I will kill him, but I have never killed anyone before, so how will I do it?" Adana asked. Tonight, while he was sleeping, Felix said, "Use a pillow to press his face forcefully until he dies. This is the simplest way to kill him." "Okay, I will do exactly as you said," Adana replied. Adana then instructed Bob not to lock his door at night, because she would come in to sleep at any time, and her husband innocently left it unlocked. At midnight, Adana woke up and tiptoed to her husband's room with a pillow. Just as she was about to kill King Bob, Ibube, the chief guard, rushed out of Bob's wardrobe and held Adana's hands from behind. "My queen, what is going on? Why do you want to kill our king?" Ibube asked. "Ibube, what are you doing in my husband's room at this time of night?" Adana asked. Suddenly, King Bob woke up. "What is going on here?" King Bob asked. "My king, could you imagine Ibube attempting to kill you with his pillow? If not, I came in immediately," Queen Adana said. "What? Ibube, why did you want to kill me?" Bob asked angrily. "My king, the queen tried to kill you with this pillow," Ibube replied. "How dare you tell lies about my wife?" Bob slapped Ibube severely. Bob and Adana then ordered the palace guards to tie Ibube's legs and hands and confine him to a palace cell. The following morning, the news of Ibube attempting to kill the king became talk of the town. They took him out of the palace cell so that the king could decide whether he should be burned or buried alive for attempting to kill the king. "Please, Your Majesty, people of Kansas Kingdom, I am innocent," Ibube cried out. "Will you shut your mouth? What were you doing in the king's room at that time of night?" Onowu asked. "Onowu, I can explain," Ibube said. "You have just a minute to explain," Onowu said. "I was about to go to the king's room yesterday when I overheard the queen asking the king's friend how she would kill the king. The king's friend instructed her to use a pillow and press the king forcefully on his face while he was sleeping, and the queen agreed to kill. She then went to the king's room and told the king not to lock his door at night because she would come there and sleep. So, when I realized the king was sleeping, I quietly sneaked into his room and entered his wardrobe, where I slept off. 3 hours later, the queen walked in, and as soon as she opened the door, I woke up and gradually opened the wardrobe to see if she truly wanted to kill the king. As she was about to kill the king, I rushed out and held her hands, and the king awoke, Eboob explained. They found it difficult to believe Eboob because they trusted Queen Adana so much. They all assumed that someone paid Eboob to kill the king. Thereafter, King Bob ordered the youth of the kingdom to take him to a forest and bury him alive. As they were about to take Eboob out of the palace, one of the palace maidens named Kioma, who was in love with Ebooba, came out and screamed, "Please, Eboob is innocent." "How did you know he is innocent?" Onowu asked. "I noticed this morning while cleaning the king's room that the CCTV cameras in his room were turned on. So while Eboob was explaining what happened, I quickly went to King's room to watch what happened last night on the CCTV cameras, and it was exactly what Eboob described," Kioma explained. The king, Onowu, the youth president Kioma, and the king's cabinet then dashed to the king's room to confirm whether what Kioma said was true or false. When they arrived, the king switched his TV to a CCTV camera, and they began watching what happened that night, eventually believing that Eboob was truly innocent. After discovering the truth, they set Eboob free and began confronting Queen Adana. However, despite everything, King Bob was still supporting his wife due to the mysterious spell that Felix had cast on him and Adana. "Your Majesty, now that everyone has confirmed that the Queen was the one who tried to kill you, what is your verdict?" Onowu asked. "Well, there is nothing I can do because it was a mistake. I believe the Queen was drunk and was playing with me while I was sleeping," the king said. "Yes, my king, it was a mistake, and I was only playing with the king because I was drunk last night," Queen Adana replied. "Your Majesty, the law of our land states that anyone who attempts to kill the king or the next king of this kingdom, regardless of position, must be buried or burned alive. Therefore, the Queen has violated the law and must face the consequences," Onowu stated. "Onowu, you just heard the Queen admit that it was a mistake, so please forgive her," the king said. "Your Majesty, what exactly are you saying? Have you forgotten that you are the ruler of this kingdom, and the entire population of this kingdom looks up to you?" the king's cabinet asked. "I know, which is why I am pleading with you to forgive the Queen. Your Majesty, I believe you are aware that no one is above the law, so we are giving you 3 days to decide on the punishment that should be given to the Queen for violating the law of the land. And if you do not decide within those 3 days, you and the Queen will be dethroned," Onowu said, and everyone left. The next day, Felix invited Adana to his house while his wife was not present, and when Adana arrived, he said, "My queen, I have a wise plan for the situation on the ground. I do not want your husband to lose the kingship, so let us play a game." "I too do not want my husband to lose the throne. But what kind of a game are you talking about?" Adana asked. "I want you to tell your husband to instruct the youth of this kingdom to bury you alive on that day, and then I will follow them to where they will bury you alive. And after they bury you, I will return quickly with some boys and dig you out immediately," Felix said. "Mr. Felix, this is a dangerous game. I cannot risk my life like that. What if I die before you arrive to dig me out of the ground?" Adana asked. "Adana, Adana, Adana, stop asking stupid questions and follow my instructions," Felix commanded. "Okay, I apologize, Mr. Felix. I will do it," Adana replied. Adana then went to her husband, King Bob, and told him what Felix had instructed her to do, and the king gladly agreed to order the youth to bury his wife alive. On the day they planned to bury Queen Adana alive, Felix's wife was complaining bitterly to Felix about the destructive rats who ate her clothes, foodstuff, electrical appliances, and so on. So they decided to call fumigators to fumigate the entire house. As soon as the fumigators arrived, Felix went to the palace to see if his evil plan would work out as planned. An hour later, the fumigators finished fumigating the whole house, and Felix's housegirl went inside to tidy up Felix's room before he returned. While she was cleaning the room, she saw one of the destructive rats in Felix's wardrobe, so she rushed downstairs to call the gate man to assist her in killing the rat. When she told her madam that she had found one of the rats, she followed her. So 3 of them went to the room, locked the door, and they began looking for it. They searched thoroughly for the rat, and while they were looking for it, the rat ran under Felix's bed. So they decided to gently move the bed in order to kill the rat. As they moved the bed, the rat fled again, but the gateman pursued it and killed it. As they were about to move the bed back to its original position, Felix's wife glanced at where Felix had buried the mysterious bottle that the spiritualist had given him and warned him not to let anyone see it. "Why is this place so clean and different, Kate?" Felix's wife asked. "Ma, you are correct. It appears that Ogre has just recently installed the tiles," the gateman said. Felix's wife then struck the location with the wood she intended to use to kill the rat, and she noticed there was something inside. "Emeka, break this place. I would like to see what is inside," Felix's wife stated. When the gateman broke it open, they discovered a very dark and mysterious bottle inside the place. "Jesus! What did my husband bury beneath his bed?" Felix's wife asked fearfully. A moment later, "Your Majesty, today is the day we have given you to decide what punishment should be imposed on your wife, the Queen, for breaking the law of the land. So we are waiting for you to pass your judgment as king," Onowu said. King Bob addressed his people and ordered the youth to bury his wife Queen Adana alive in a forest, which made Felix very happy and stunned everyone, because no one believed the king would order the youth to bury his lovely wife alive. Felix's wife then instructed the gateman to break the mysterious bottle, and when he did, they were stunned to find Queen Adana and King Bob's picture inside. As the youth were about to take Queen Adana and bury her alive in a forest, suddenly King Bob and Queen Adana were set free from the mysterious spell. "What is happening here? Why are you people dragging the queen around like that?" King Bob asked as he rushed out of his throne. "What exactly is the meaning of this madness?" Queen Adana asked. "Your Majesty, you have just given the youth the order to bury your wife, the Queen, alive for attempting to kill you last night," Onowu said. "Onowu, what did you just say? I did not hear it. Bury who alive?" King Bob asked curiously. "Your Majesty, what is going on? You issued an order that the youth bury your wife alive in a forest for attempting to kill you last night," Onowu said. "Me? Attempted to kill my husband? How did it happen?" Queen Adana asked. "Felix, you were here. What happened? Because I do not know what Onowu is talking about," Bob asked his best friend Felix. It is true," Felix stammered fearfully. "The time has finally come. Great people of the Kansasa Kingdom," the chief priest said as he walked into the palace. "Ezemu, what is going on in my kingdom?" King Bob asked. "Your Majesty, the people of the Kansasa Kingdom, the gods have finally revealed the enemy of our kingdom. The king and queen were under a mysterious spell cast by the enemy of this kingdom," the chief priest said. "Ezemu, "Who is this enemy of our kingdom?" they asked simultaneously. The chief priest addressed the king and queen. "Your majesties, the gods have finally revealed the enemy of our kingdom. The king and queen were under a mysterious spell cast by the enemy of this kingdom." They asked coincidentally, "Ezamu, who is this enemy of our kingdom?" "The king's best friend is our kingdom's enemy. He cast a spell on the king and queen, making the king the queen's slave, and the queen his slave, and instructing the queen to kill the king," the chief priest explained. "What? How could you be so wicked? Despite everything we did for you, you had the audacity to conspire to kill us. Felix, consider yourself dead," Queen Adana said angrily. King Bob became so furious that he stared at Felix for 3 minutes without uttering a word. "Please, your majesties, have mercy on me. I do not know what has always driven me to do evil. Please forgive me," Felix pleaded. The king then angrily ordered the youth to severely beat Felix before burying him alive, naked, in a forest. The youth began to mercilessly beat Felix before taking him to the forest. When they arrived, some of the youth began digging a grave, and when they finished, they painfully squeezed Felix inside the grave, which was not even his size, and began burying him. While they were burying him, the gods revealed something about Felix to the chief priest, and so he hastily went to the palace to tell the king and queen the mystery behind Felix's wickedness. "Your majesties, the gods have just revealed to me that Felix had no idea what he was doing, so they should dig him out and banish him immediately without leaving with a pin," the chief priest said. "Ezamu, Felix must die in the grave," the king said. "Your majesty, the gods warned that if Felix died, this kingdom would suffer severe consequences," the chief priest cautioned. The king then quickly called the youth president and told him to inform the youth to dig Felix out of the ground and bring him to the palace right away. An hour later, they brought Felix out of the grave and tied a wrapper around his waist before taking him to the palace. When they arrived, King Bob said, "Felix, the world's most wicked and dangerous best friend, the gods of our land have granted you mercy. However, you and your family have been permanently banished from this kingdom, and you and your family must leave empty-handed, so you will not leave with a pin. Please take him away and ensure that he leaves the kingdom immediately without carrying a pin." A few hours later, Felix, his wife, and their child permanently left the kingdom without a pin, money, or a phone, following the gods' instructions. The next day, Felix's wife took their child and left him. Felix arrived at his parents' house after a few hours. His mother said, "Hey, stay outside. What are you doing here, wicked human being?" Felix's dad asked from inside. "Honey, who is that?" "It's your wicked, heartless son," she replied. "God forbid. He's no longer my son. I can never have Satan as a son. What are you doing in my house? Or have you come to kill us, just like you conspired to kill your destiny helpers?" Felix's dad asked. "Father, that is why I returned home to find a solution, because I have no idea what has been pushing me to commit evil against people who have been extremely kind to me," Felix replied with teary eyes. "Felix, if you know what is best for you, please leave this compound. If you had the guts to do that kind of evil to your best friend, the young man who moved this family from grass to grace, you could even kill me and your mother. So I do not want to see you in my house again. You are no longer my child, and I am not your father," Felix's father said. "Felix, you are extremely wicked and heartless. Bob elevated you from the table of poverty to the table of greatness. Instead of consistently praying for him, you continued to plot his downfall. Felix, you are evil. I would rather be childless than have a Satan as a son. Get out of my presence. I despise you, Felix's mother said, after his parents disowned him for the evil he did to Bob and Adana. The news became the talk of the town, and everyone knew him to be a wicked and heartless young man. On his way home from his parents' house, he discovered that all of his bank accounts had been frozen. 2 days later, his large shop caught fire in the middle of the night, and everything was burned to ashes before firefighters arrived. The next day, he went to see the spiritualist, who had given him the mysterious bottle. "Wise one, I am finished. Please help me. I have lost everything I had acquired in life," Felix cried. "Young man, I warned you not to let anyone see that bottle I gave you, but you kept it somewhere easily accessible, so this is just the beginning of your consequences. You may leave," the spiritualist said. Felix lost everything a month later, and no one could employ him because everyone knew his story. So, after going to several places looking for work and finding no one to employ him, he began begging because life had become unbearably hard and miserable for him. 3 months later, Prince Dan paid Lovelines, the mysterious goddess's daughter, bride price, and they set a date for their traditional marriage and wedding. On the day of the traditional marriage, Felix, who lived in Loveline's town, went to where the traditional marriage was taking place to pack leftover food. While he was busy packing the food, Princess Della glanced at him and did not believe it was Felix that she saw, so she had to walk close and tap him slowly. "Oh my God! Felix, what is going on with you? Why are you packing leftover food and dressed like a madman?" Princess Della asked. "My princess, it's a very long, sad story," Felix said with tears in his eyes. Princess Della then took him to a quiet place, where he explained what he did to Bob and Adana, as well as what he had gone through. "Felix, whatever is happening to you is not ordinary. But did you deliberately conspire to kill Bob out of envy and jealousy?" Della asked. "No, my princess, I had no reason to kill him, but my spirit kept pushing me to do so," Felix replied. "Felix, you need to seek the face of God and plead for mercy. In any case, I will assist you by instructing my driver to take you to a nearby hotel, where I will give him money to buy you some clothes and food, and then I will take you to my pastors," Princess Della said. After that, Princess Della summoned her driver and drove Felix to the hotel, and on the way, she purchased some clothing and shoes for him. The next day, Princess Della took him to her pastor, and when they arrived, Felix explained everything he had gone through to the man of God, who prayed for him. After he finished praying for him, he said, "Brother Felix, while I was praying for you, I had a revelation concerning the mysterious circumstances you are going through. Brother Felix, what you are going through is the result of an incident between you and your mother 25 years ago, when you were only 10 years old." "Man of God, what happened?" Felix asked curiously. Flashback, 25 years ago. "I am back from school, Mummy," Felix said. "Oh, welcome, son. How was school today?" Felix's mum asked. "Mummy, it was very nice. I got 10 out of 10 on my test today, and 9 out of 10 on the assignments I completed last night." "Wow! I am so proud of you, my son. I have prepared your favorite meal for you. Simply go inside, remove your uniform, and return to carry your food." "Okay, Mummy." 2 minutes later, Felix called out, "Mummy, where is my food? I have finished removing my clothes." "Okay, take your food. I have added another meat for you because you did exceptionally well on your test and assignments," his mother replied. "Thank you, Mummy. Our auntie taught us a very sweet song today. Once I finish eating, I will sing it and dance for you," Felix said. "I can't wait, my joy and happiness. "Please go and eat before it gets cold," his mother responded. Felix took his food to the parlor and left it on the floor before going to get water. And before he returned, his mother's puppy came and turned the food upside down and began eating it. The puppy had eaten all the meat and messed up the food on the ground. When Felix saw it, he carried the plate to the kitchen and told his mother what the puppy had done. And she asked, "So what do you expect me to do now?" "Please, Mummy, give me another food, even if it is small, because I am extremely hungry," Felix pleaded. "Felix, you are not going to eat anything until the evening. Take this plate out of my presence before I slap you right now, careless boy," his mother scolded. Felix dropped the plate on the ground and began crying, but his mother chased him out of the kitchen. When he got to the parlor, he saw the puppy eating the remaining food on the ground. He became very angry and frustrated, so he ran inside, carried a rod, and hit the puppy angrily. The puppy screamed out heavily, and his mother came out immediately and saw him holding the rod. "Felix, did you hit my puppy with the rod?" she asked angrily, walking closer to him. Felix dropped the rod on the floor and ran. As she carried the rod to hit the boy, she accidentally stepped on a banana peel that she had eaten recently and hit her forehead painfully on the doorframe. "Just as you cut this puppy's life short, your wickedness will cut your life short, and wickedness will be your portion. Wickedness will shorten your greatness and happiness, lead you to an early grave, and everyone will know you as a wicked person." Felix's mother cursed him angrily. It was only after she finished cursing him that she realized the puppy had not died. Felix was still outside at night, and when heavy rain fell, he begged his mother to open the door for him, but she swore she would never do so. His father was not present, so the boy slept outside until daybreak. End of the flashback. "So that is what happened," the man of God said. "I cannot believe my mother's curse is the reason I am living such a miserable life today. What should I do now, man of God?" "The solution to your problems is in your mother's mouth. Go meet her and tell her everything I told you, and ask her to renounce the curse on your life and bless you," the pastor advised. "I do not believe she will listen to me, because she has already disowned me." "Felix, do not worry. I will accompany you to your parents' house to talk to them," Princess Della offered. 2 days later, Princess Della accompanied Felix to his parents' house. "My princess, what are you doing with this evil man?" Felix's mother asked. "Have I not warned you not to enter my house?" Felix's dad asked angrily. "Sir, calm down. I brought him here after my pastor revealed that his mother is responsible for everything that is going on in his life today," Princess Della explained. "Please, my princess, what did I do?" Felix's mother asked. Princess Della then revealed everything to her and her husband, and they burst into tears. "Please, my son, forgive me. I never knew I was the cause of your wickedness." Felix's mother cried out. "I had always warned you to get rid of your hot temper, but you ignored me, and look where it has landed our only child today," Felix's father said. Felix's mother then removed the curse and blessed him. Felix eventually reconciled with his parents, and as Della was about to return to her town, she gave him 10 million naira to start a business. His parents were very supportive, helping him bring back his wife and child. Della was named the Best Princess of the Year a few months later, and received humanitarian and excellence awards for her kind gesture and generosity. The mysterious goddess appeared in Loveline's parents' room at midnight while they were sleeping, and they screamed when they awoke. "Who are you?" they asked with great fear. I came to inform you that I will be coming to take Loveline, my daughter, home by this time next week, so do everything you can to keep her from becoming pregnant, because if she does, the earth will shake," the mysterious goddess said, and disappeared. "Honey, what are you going to do? We are in trouble now," Loveline's mum asked fearfully. "Let us tell Prince Dan and Loveline the truth right now, before he gets Loveline pregnant," Loveline's father said. "So the sacrifice we made was pointless. My late mother advised me to have another child, but I downplayed it. I wished I had known I could have adopted a child," Loveline's mother lamented. "Madam, put all of this aside. We should pray for our daughter to not become pregnant before we arrive at the palace tomorrow," her husband said. The next morning, Loveline began developing pregnancy signs and symptoms, so she went to the hospital with her husband, Prince Dan, for a medical checkup, and the results revealed that she was pregnant, making them extremely happy. Loveline's parents arrived a few hours later, and Loveline informed them right away that she was pregnant, and they both screamed loudly. "Mummy and Daddy, what is going on? Are you unhappy that I am pregnant?" Loveline asked. "We are exceedingly sad, my daughter," they said. "Why are you sad about what you have been praying for?" Loveline questioned. As they were about to reveal the secret, the mysterious goddess angrily invaded the palace with a thunderstorm and shook the entire kingdom, causing the day to become dark and water to flood the compound like a river. Princess Della and Obi were not in town, and the king was in a meeting with the Onowu, Prime Minister, and his cabinet members. "What is going on in the palace?" Onowu asked fearfully. "Gods of our land, what is our offense?" the king exclaimed. While they were interacting fearfully, the mysterious goddess appeared in the palace with a mysterious face. "Who are you?" they asked with great fear. "I am the greatest goddess of the Akala River," she replied as she moved closer. "Ezinwanyi, I have heard so many mysterious things about you. Please, what is your mission in our kingdom?" Onowu asked. "The prince of this kingdom has committed an abomination by impregnating my daughter, which is why I came," the mysterious goddess said. When Prince Dan, Loveline's parents, and Loveline heard the mysterious goddess's voice, they came out to see what was happening. "Despite all the warnings, you had the audacity to let a man sleep with my daughter and get her pregnant. Mummy, Daddy, what is going on?" "Who is this?" Loveline asked. "She is your mother," her mother replied. "God forbid, Mummy. How can you tell me that this ghost is my mother?" Loveline asked. "What is going on here?" the king asked confusedly. "Your Majesty, it is a long story," Loveline's mother said. "I did not come here for peace. I came to destroy and take my daughter home," the mysterious goddess said. Immediately after she said that, Prince Dan rushed to the kitchen, carried egg, red oil and salt, and came out. "Please, Ezinwanyi, take me instead of my daughter. She has just started life. Please replace her with me," Loveline's mother pleaded with her. "Mother-in-law, enough of this begging. Who is she?" "Ezinwanyi, whatever they called you, I do not care what business you had with my mother-in-law. But you are not going anywhere with my wife. I love her so much that I cannot bear the thought of you taking her away from me," Prince Dan said bravely. "Please remain silent, my prince, because you do not know who you are speaking to," Onowu cautioned. "Onowu, stay out of this. I am not afraid of this mysterious woman. What is in me is far greater than her," Prince Dan challenged the mysterious goddess bravely. She became extremely angry and decided to walk angrily towards him, preparing mysterious charms as everything shook badly. As she was almost close to Prince Dan, he brought out the egg and smashed it on her head. But nothing changed. He poured red oil on her, and nothing changed. She was about to strike Prince Dan when he brought out some salt. As he was about to pour it on her, the mysterious goddess screamed and vanished, and everything returned to normal. Everyone was stunned. Salt was the mysterious goddess's greatest weakness. She was allergic to it, and salt was the only substance that could render her powerless and defeat her. "My prince, what just happened?" Onowu asked confusedly. "My son, where did you get that power?" the king inquired. "Father, there was one spiritual book that I read in university that talked about how powerful salt, red oil and eggs are, but I had never tried it before. I risked my life and did it today for the sake of my beloved wife," Prince Dan explained. "I am proud of you, son. You truly are the son of the soil. Please, my in-law, tell us about your business with the mysterious goddess," the king requested. Loveline's mother then narrated everything to them, and Princess Della and Obi returned and joined the conversation. After she finished narrating, the king summoned Ezemu, and when he arrived, the king explained everything Loveline's mother had told him to Ezemu, pleading with him to deliver Loveline from the Marine Kingdom so that the goddess would stop haunting them. "This task is beyond my power, Your Majesty, because the goddess is extremely powerful, and she can kill me instantly if I try to do anything with the princess of the Akala River," Ezemu said. "Did you just say Princess of Akala River?" Onowu asked. "Yes, Prince Dan's wife is the princess of the Akala River." "This is serious, Ezemu. How are we going to resolve it now?" one of the king's cabinets inquired. "There is nothing anyone can do to stop the goddess from carrying her daughter." "Son, you heard the chief priest, and now is the time to end this marriage before it destroys my family," the king said. "Father, I am obsessed with Loveline, and no spirit will take her away from me. Please come inside, baby," Prince Dan stated as he walked away with Loveline. "Your Majesty, please warn the prince to divorce that girl before the weekend," Ezemu responded and left the palace. At midnight, the mysterious goddess appeared in the room where Loveline and Dan were sleeping and attempted to kill Dan in order to take Loveline. Just as she was about to strike Dan, the three ancestors assigned to protect the royal family appeared and averted the charm. And when the mysterious goddess realized the ancestors were more powerful than her, she vanished. The next morning, Princess Della took Prince Dan and Loveline to deliverance, and when the man of God prayed for them, he had a mysterious revelation of what would happen in the near future. "My prince and princesses, I sense mysterious battles in your family, so you must fast and pray for 7 days because these are the only weapons that will help you overcome the battle, which will break many covenants in this kingdom," the pastor said. "Man of God, can't you pray away the upcoming battle you are talking about?" Prince Dan asked. "Not at all. No amount of prayer will prevent it, but you should be extremely prayerful, and I pray that God grants you the grace to overcome these upcoming mysterious battles." "Man of God, the problem I have is that I do not know how to pray properly, because I was not raised as a full Christian," the prince admitted. "My prince, you are spiritually strong, and I believe you can do it," the pastor encouraged. "Man of God, I will go to any lengths to protect my wife," Prince Dan declared. The next day, they began fasting and praying, and at midnight, Princess Della woke them up, and they began praying around the palace. 3 days later, the gods of the land became very angry with the royal family. On that day, the king was having a meeting with his cabinet members and Onowu when the chief priest stormed the palace unannounced. "Your Majesty, there is serious trouble," the chief priest said as he walked in. "Ezemu, what kind of trouble are you talking about?" the king asked. "Your Majesty, Princess Della has set fire to the royal house, and the gods of our land are furious with her, so the gods have requested that Prince Obi divorce her and that she leaves this kingdom immediately, or the royal family will face a crisis," the chief priest stated and left. "Your Majesty, what are you going to do?" Onowu inquired. "Onowu, I do not know what to do in these circumstances." "Your Majesty, please tell Prince Obi everything Ezemu told you and ask him to take immediate action," Onowu advised. "I will definitely do that," the king responded. A moment later, the king summoned his family, including Della. "I summoned you all to inform you that the gods of our land are angry with our family and we must act quickly or face mysterious calamities," the king said. "Your Majesty, why are the gods angry with us? What offense did we commit?" the queen asked. The chief priest came to this palace unannounced an hour ago and said that Princess Della had set fire to the royal house and the gods were furious. "Father, what did my wife do to the gods of our land?" Prince Obi asked. "I do not know, but they said you should divorce her and send Della away right away, or we would have a crisis." "Father, what did you just say?" Prince Obi and Dan asked coincidentally. "You heard what I said," the king replied. "Father, the gods are joking. I would rather lose my position as the next king of this kingdom than divorce my wife, who is the reason my brother and I are alive today," Prince Obi said, then walked away. After the meeting, Princess Della called the man of God and told him everything, and he said, "My princess, the gods are angry with you because your prayers are disturbing them. So do not give up. Keep fasting and praying until the yokes break." The following morning, around 3:30 a.m., the pastor had a mysterious revelation concerning what was about to happen to Loveline and Della, so he decided to call Della. "Princess Della, please carry Prince Dan's wife and leave the palace without anyone knowing. The ancestors and the goddess will invade the palace, and the two of you will be their targets." Della then got up quickly, without her husband's knowledge, and sent Princess Loveline very scary messages. After that, she called her, and as Loveline was about to pick up, the message appeared on her phone screen, and she ended the call. "Honey, who was that?" Prince Dan asked. "Nobody but my alarm," Loveline replied. "What do you want to do now?" Dan asked. "I want to pray," she replied. "Okay, I would love to join you, but I am still sleepy," Dan said. "Do not worry, I will pray for you." She began praying, and as soon as Dan fell asleep, she sneaked out of the room to where Della was waiting for her. They then silently passed the back gate and went outside to a nearby church that was hosting a program, and they turned their phones to flight mode. 3 hours later, they began desperately looking for them, assuming that the gods of their land had taken them. They summoned the chief priest to tell them what happened to the two princesses, and when he arrived, he said, "The two princesses are in a secret place." "Ezemu, where is the secret place?" Obi asked. "My prince, I don't know, but they are in a very secret place." "I think I know the place," Dan said. "Really, please let us go there immediately," Obi said, and they proceeded to the Man of God's house. "Man of God, we are looking for Princess Della and Loveline. Are they here?" Dan asked. "No, they are not here," the pastor responded, and they left sadly. A moment later, Princess Della and Loveline told the pastor they met at the church about everything they were going through, and the pastor told them to stay and pray until the battle was over. "Man of God, when will this battle be over?" Princess Loveline asked. "Keep praying, my princess, because God is about to intervene and turn things around for the betterment of the people of this kingdom," the pastor said. Prince Dan and Obi searched several places for Loveline and Della, but were unable to locate them. At midnight, the mysterious goddess prepared for battle and went to the palace to finally carry her daughter, Princess Loveline, but she could not find her. While she was looking for her, the ancestors arrived to kill Della, appearing in her room but being unable to locate her. The mysterious goddess and the ancestors then went to the church where Loveline and Della were staying, and as they were about to enter, a fire came from above and consumed them. Immediately after the fire roasted them, a mysterious rain began to fall, and it rained non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The sun then shone steadily for 3 days. "My princesses, the battle is over, the Lord has fought it, and you can return to the palace," the pastor said. When they arrived at the palace, Princess Della apologized and narrated everything to them, which made them very happy. 2 weeks later, the kingdom became very fruitful and blessed. Job opportunities and scholarships were everywhere, and those who had been abroad and outside the state for several years, forgetting about their family and kingdom, suddenly remembered their home and began calling their families. A few days later, some of them began returning to the kingdom to invest in the land, and they also created massive job opportunities. The kingdom was divinely blessed and favored. A few months later, Loveline gave birth to a boy, and Della's younger brother, who had been living abroad, returned and married someone who had stood by him when he had nothing. Eventually, Princess Della and Queen Adana gave birth to twins in the same week, but on different days, and they lived blissfully. The end. Thank you for following this series till the end. If you enjoyed it, please drop a comment. Let us know what you learnt from the series. Please do not forget to subscribe to our channel for more interesting lesson-packed stories. Thank you once again.